د ه د د د د د د د
Good morning to everyone. Welcome to the third public conference of the project EURIHERIT, Architects for Heritage in Ukraine, Recreating Memory and Identity. My name is Ruta Leitanaite. I am the board member of Architects Association of Lithuania and also the coordinator of EURIHERIT project. Very warm welcome to Vilnius, as funny as it sounds, knowing the weather, but still in our hearts, the welcome is really warm to you. We will start our program that will last the whole day. We will have some coffee breaks and lunch breaks. And first, as we are a little bit late, I will start with a very short welcoming speech on behalf of Architects Association of Lithuania. Since the war was started by Russia in Ukraine, we as the organization, we immediately reacted and we got involved in several initiatives to help Ukrainian cities. So apart from organizing simply the list of architects who would open their doors to the refugees or their offices to Ukrainian employees, or gathering funds to buy a drone catcher to send to Ukraine's war fields, Architects Association of Lithuania opted for a bigger international scale. So EURIHERIT project is one of the successful initiatives aimed to contribute to revival of Ukraine's cultural heritage, architecture and architects, and more to a sustainable and quality revival of the whole country. I'm very happy and proud to open today's conference in Vilnius, the city where EURIHERIT's idea was born, and welcome you all to the event where hopefully you would get shocked and inspired by the facts, activities, and progress of the project. This is what we are going to share during the day with you. So I announce the conference of EURIHERIT open, and I would invite all of you to listen to the first panel discussion where we will have very distinguished guests. Some of them will join us here, some of them will join us online. So let me invite the panelists. Vice Minister of Culture of Lithuania, Ingrida Veliūtė. The Director of Lithuanian National Museum of Art, Dr. Arūnas Gelūnas. Co-Create Future of Ukraine Program Manager at Central Project Management Agency of Lithuania, Artūras Žarnovskis. And hopefully we have distinguished guests from Ukraine online. The Member of Parliament, Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, Mr. Ivan Yunakov.
Hello.
Good morning, Ivan. Please show
Hello.
Ivan on the screen. Yes, good morning.
Hello.
The Vice Minister of Ministry of Culture of Ukraine, Galina Grigorenko.
Nice to see you. Good morning.
And the head of UNESCO Antenna in Ukraine, Chiara Dezibardeski. Good morning, Chiara.
Nice to be with you today.
We will discuss in this high-level roundtable the meaning of cultural heritage to the reconstruction of Ukraine's country and the joint effort. We will share the microphone here for the ones who are here. And okay, we will start with the first question. And the first question would go to the Vice Minister of Culture, Galina Grigorenko. Galina, maybe you could briefly refer, what is the current state of cultural heritage milieu in Ukraine? What are the sites, buildings and artifacts, damage done, situation of cultural infrastructure and human capacity? What are the most urgent needs?
Well, thank you very much. It's a privilege to be with you today, at least online, and I'm really grateful for the invitation to be part of these really important discussions. So my speech will be dedicated to the probably, on one hand, to the problems we have with cultural heritage sites in Ukraine due to Russian aggression, Because since February 2022, we are documenting, relocating, evacuating museum collections and giving the statistics of damaged cultural heritage sites. And as of end of March this year, we have documented 1,419 cultural heritage sites which has been damaged by Russians. And I would say that statistically, it's the most targeted civil infrastructural objects for Russian troops. Because cultural heritage, of course, is a part of a national identity. And destroying cultural heritage sites, they are trying to defeat our national resilience, I would say. At the same time, they are targeting cultural infrastructure like museums, libraries, theaters, and at the moment we have 2,233 objects of cultural infrastructure damaged, and 400 of them are completely destroyed. Of course, most of them are located in the eastern part of Ukraine, closer to the front line. And that means that in some territories, people do not have access to culture and cultural services at all, because either mined libraries and museums either destroyed, do not give access to people who are still living there and staying resilient to this aggression, unprovoked aggression of Russian Federation. When we are talking about human capacity and cultural sphere, I should say that total losses in this sphere amounted to around 20 to 30%. Some people have been relocated abroad. Some people are internally displaced in Ukraine. Some people do not have access to their wages and financial support from local authorities. And that means that this sector is endangered. And for us as a government, of course, it's important to support this sector as a part of national identity and national security system. Last month, we have adopted national strategy for culture for 2025-2030, where we placed cultural heritage as the main objective and strategic goal for us, protection and strengthening the human resilience in this sector. Because, of course, we understand that cultural heritage is not only a part of our resilience, but also a part of our local, regional, and national identity. When they are targeting really important cultural heritage sites, they are trying to destroy the willingness of people, of local communities to resist. We should say that according to rapid damage and needs assessment performed by the World Bank, and cultural sector is covered by UNESCO, and probably Chiara will add up to this section as well. They have estimated total damages around, if we are not talking about tourism, to culture sphere, it's 24 billions of dollars. And in the nearest 10 years, we would need 10 billions of dollars for a building. Of course, we are now talking not about restoration of all the cultural heritage sites. We are talking now about emergency protection and security for damaged buildings. And that needs human capacity in terms of documenting, emergency response in protecting the buildings itself, and then preparation of people who will be in future recovery take an important role, like architects, restorers, specialists in this sphere, because of course that's not only Ukrainian heritage, that's part of the European legacy, and that means that we are all together should not only protect, but also restore it in future. And we are really grateful to our partners and international partners who are supporting us in this domain. And urgent needs for the moment is, of course, continuing activity in evacuation and securing of museum collections of movable cultural heritage. Of course, we are talking about protecting buildings which has been damaged. And of course, we are talking about proper documentation for further justice, because people who are trying to destroy our cultural heritage sites should be driven to responsibility, I mean, in legal terms. And that are probably the main priorities for us. And we are seeking for cooperation and partnership in these domains with our partners abroad.
Thanks a lot, Galina. Now question to Mr. Yunakov. What role cultural heritage has and is given in the recovery vision of Ukraine? Because Ukraine is planning the recovery vision. Does cultural heritage has a role in it? And then how can architects contribute to the use of cultural heritage in these processes?
Thank you for your question. Indeed, the Ukrainian parliaments, especially architects in the parliament, work hard for defend and for have opportunity to reconstruct all destroyed heritage. And it's very hard to do now because we have a lot of problem not only for war but about economic situation. And the good job do Anya Bonder, my colleague. They made now the huge legislation about heritage, about construction, about whole architects. But the main problem, as for me, is the lack of professionalism, because a lot of architects now in the war, and it's a horrible situation because we lost a lot of smart and good guy in this war. And the second problem, I think it's that we have a lack of 3D scanning of our heritage monuments, and I think we should do a lot of work like that. And I think we have very big experience. We will have big experience after this war for renovate, for reconstruct this building. And I think when our job will be done, I mean this codex, building codex, which consists of a lot of paragraphs, we will have a lot of experience for this.
So we hope, thank you a lot, Mr. Yunakov. I hope that the results of EuroHeritage would also help you to shape Ukrainian legislative basis. Was it for cultural heritage or was it for redevelopment of the country? Now I am turning to my colleagues on the stage. We heard about huge demand and needs of everything: money, human resources, competences, knowledge, help to Ukrainian cultural heritage. A question to our Vice Minister of Culture, Lithuania. Briefly, what is the Lithuanian effort to contribute to safeguarding cultural heritage in Ukraine? What has been done and what are the priorities for the future? Because we are not stopping today.
Thank you for invitation, and it is a honor to meet again the Vice Minister of Ukraine. We met 2 months ago, I think, in Ukraine, and we had very good discussions in this. I think it's the political line. It is very important too, and our culture ministers are meeting quite often, and we invited the Minister of Culture to Lithuania 2 weeks ago. The ministers met in Poland a week ago, and you know, it's like almost daily work how to stay awake and to little bit push European countries to highlight the question of Ukrainian heritage protection questions. From the Lithuanian side, very briefly, actually last week we finished we finalized the joint nomination for Christmas Eve celebrations to be included in the UNESCO's representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. It was one of the first jobs that we started from the beginning of this year, and I think that not only tangible but also intangible heritage protection is very important. Second strong thing is that we are trying to put our budgets and our competitions from our institutions to competitions of Ukrainians. And actually yesterday I met with the directors of the main libraries of Ukraine in Vilnius, in Ministry of Culture, and we are inviting them to get competences and not to make mistakes what we were making 30 years ago. You know, just not just trips abroad, but to get the real competences. So the directors came in the first round, then will come the specialists, and will come to different museums and so on and so on. And it's, this year we have it's about 100,000 investments to the competences, and I think it is also important. And I was telling yesterday we are a small country, but sometimes we have some brave solutions and ideas to share, so it is also important. And thanks God, I don't need to speak about Euro-Heritage in 3 minutes because you will have all day today here and you will speak for yourself. No, it was very hard to speak about it in different places about this project, because I think it is taking few ideas for future itself, and it can be used in different ways, not only for schools, but also for culture objects. And as we were joking with the attaché of culture in Ukraine, that we need to shelter a culture, you know, and to keep it and to survive, not only for people, but also for the heritage, tangible and intangible.
Thank you, Ingrida. Arūnai, we heard about the efforts of Lithuanian government to contribute to helping to Ukrainian culture and cultural heritage. Also, there is a lot of effort from the civil society of Lithuania, but you yourself, as the head of cultural institution, you were initiator and organizer of various initiatives that were dealing directly with aid towards Ukrainian cultural heritage. My question would be, why should we care about Ukrainian cultural heritage? We have our own problems with cultural heritage in Lithuania. Why is it so important for us, for Lithuanians and European Union citizens, to contribute to the safeguarding and rebuilding of Ukrainian cultural heritage?
Well, probably following the fashions of the day, I should say Lithuania first. But I will never do that, because Lithuania is a part of the larger network of friendships, close relationships, historical partnerships, and we were working with Ukrainian institutions long before the war. We had exhibition exchanges, we know our colleagues by first names, there are very good relationships, professional and human. So answering this question is very easy, because it is our human responsibility. Because what is going on in Ukraine for 3 years is a genocide, is a crime against humanity, it's a crime against human rights. So if we are European citizens, Lithuanian citizens, you know, if we care about those values and about teaching our own children about the future that they would want to live in, it's our responsibility to care. And from the first day of war, we were cooperating with Ukrainian museums, first with packaging materials, helping indirectly, but then finally we have 800 artworks from Kiev, Lviv, and Odessa museums in our repositories. So it's a very concrete thing. And we always say that Ukraine is protecting us. That's why we should care, because Ukraine is not fighting just for Ukraine. It's a shield that is safeguarding the whole of Lithuania, all the Baltic states, Poland, and the EU. So I was thinking about this question beforehand. I think I could come up with at least 7 answers and 7 reasons why we should rebuild and protect. The more difficult question is when and how, not the why. Why is very clear, because they are our neighbors, our friends, our close allies, because they are fighting for us, because, as Vice Minister said, it's part of Ukrainian identity. And try to imagine Vilnius without Gediminas Castle, the cathedral, St. Anna's Church. It's an impossible, it's very heavy damage to our national identity and how we perceive ourselves as Lithuanians. So I think from the first day on, we should think how and when to recreate, rebuild, restore. Now we are working with tangible heritage, with artworks. Like, for example, we are conservating the artworks by Maria Primachenko, which are done on paper. Our conservation center is working with this. Later this month, we will be opening the exhibition of Maria Primachenko. And this is not only an art exhibition, because Maria Primachenko is a reflection of Ukrainian soul. So we invite our kids, our members of society, to take part in enjoying this colorful and deeply meaningful today showcasing of Ukrainian soul. So architectural heritage is not just bricks and stones and clay, it's much more. It's part of our soul, and one English architectural historian said that architecture in cities is larger bodies that societies are building for them. So damaging churches, museums, palaces is damaging part of our soul, and we should understand that. So the short answer would be like this, but I'm more concerned when and how, because now we can only protect buildings. We saw in Lviv many constructions around the buildings and monuments, trying to safeguard them against shelling. And then very important thing, and what UNESCO is helping to do is enormously important, is documenting the lost heritage, because this is how it will be restored later. Example of Warsaw, which was flattened during the war and then later was rebuilt by Polish people, is very inspiring. You know, it's easier to rebuild a house than to, you know, human life never can be restored. So at least we can hope that we can help rebuilding architectural monuments later.
Thank you, Arūnas. I think that one of those 7 reasons, you didn't expanded on that, but I think one of the 7 reasons is also what the Vice Minister of Culture of Ukraine mentioned, is that Ukrainian cultural heritage is also our heritage in a way. It's a heritage of European DNA. So it's not like we are helping our friends, we are helping ourselves, and it's our joint effort because it's our joint cultural heritage.
Yeah, as a former ambassador to UNESCO, I could say that Ukrainian cultural heritage is a part of a world heritage. So damage to Ukrainian heritage is damage to the world culture. And we travel a lot, we are very much interconnected today. So losing an impressive church or palace in Ukraine is losing something for yourself. Not just some country has lost something. No, it is us. Us as humanity, us as, I don't know, contemporary democratic society that is losing those riches.
Fair enough. Now turning to Artūras Žarnovskis, you with the Central Project Management Agency who administrates and manages all the projects related with rebuilding of infrastructure in Ukraine, you were and still are involved in many projects and processes in Ukraine. So the agency builds shelters, but also educational spaces. Why must we support Ukrainian culture and educational infrastructure equally to the other infrastructure, such as energy, for example, during those urgent times, as Arūnas asked why and when, probably those questions are answered usually, so cultural heritage must wait because there are more urgent issues. But your agency thinks differently? When and how, okay. So when and how, I'm asking why? Why cultural infrastructure is equally important to the other?
I have to admit that my knowledge in cultural heritage is much below the average of this audience. But you know, I had a surgery 1 month ago. My knee was, and now I am in the recovery process. And my doctors, rehabilitation specialists, asked me to train my body, not only this leg. I think I participate in different conferences for the mining, for energy sector, for agriculture, education, premises, and the infrastructure. And it shouldn't be competition between those areas because it is the full body of state. We talk about the identity, about the resilience, and about country which needs to have all of it. If for the resilience, for the recovery. And our priorities, like government was, our government approved priorities in Ukraine, and it is rehabilitation of so health sector, also education, because we're talking about fundamental right to the education, and we know that there are, I don't know, 11 years old kids that have never been to school because it was COVID period. After that, the war started, and we are talking about the generation which will be responsible for the recovery of Ukraine. So it is second priority. Third priority is maybe horizontal. We have a goal to strengthen the institutions of Ukraine, not just supporting by money, by whatever we can do, but to strengthen institutions of strong institutions. It's how it's called. And we are rebuilding a number of projects now, rebuilding a number of buildings now, or building from scratch. And it is educational institutions, health institutions, but one of our initiative was Future School for Ukraine. Okay, it is not directly related with the cultural heritage, but if we're talking about architecture, about the environment, I think we had a very good project to create adaptive technical design, not standard, not typical, but adaptive technical design, together co-creating that process with Ukrainian architects, with Ukrainian educational specialists. Because if we're speaking about rebuilding of Ukraine, full-scale rebuilding of Ukraine, we're talking about rebuilding, buildings which will serve, I don't know, for 50 years minimum. So we need, in the same time, to think about rapid response, but also about the long-term goals. And I think that cultural heritage and architecture and urbanistic fields are like horizontal things. But when I say horizontal, it doesn't mean that somewhere, behind, but each time it is priority. Each time it is must. Maybe that is the answer.
Thank you, Arturas. Now we are turning to the last but not least panelist, Chiara Desibardeski, the head of UNESCO Antenna in Ukraine. So, Chiara, UNESCO has a vast experience in helping cultural and educational milieu in critical situations globally. What would be the main highlights of UNESCO's efforts saving and restoring cultural heritage in Ukraine? And what are the biggest challenges when providing this aid?
Thank you, Ruth, for this question, and thank you for the invitation to join this high-level panel. Let me also thank Lithuania for having hosted last year the first, I would say, international conference on culture and towards recovery. That was actually the path, opening the path to the Berlin Ukraine Recovery Conference. So it was also an acknowledgement and recognition of the role of culture into the recovery process. While coming to your question, I think that, well, definitely since the beginning of the full-scale invasion in February 2002, UNESCO has been working closely with the Ukrainian institutions and people, and mainly on two axes. One is the physical protection of heritage vis-à-vis war-induced damage, and this including preventive measures and to mitigate the possible impact of shelling on monuments, but also in terms of urgent repairs and stabilizations measures, digitalization and emergency documentation of cultural heritage, both in terms of collections and in terms of immovable property sites. And definitely this is something that is continuing, and in particular in face of the, I would say, magnitude of the damages and that also in terms of the needs that are there. And this, I think, it's one of the challenges, if I may say, because it's this magnitude of needs that are there, so an issue of prioritization as well, and also in terms of combining and what is the urgent interventions with more long-term approach that is needed since the beginning, already during the war, to be able to have and to support professionals to conduct, Ukrainian professionals to conduct this operation and to be able to jointly have this collaboration. So from one side, I think that is really physical protection, but on the other side, including 3D laser scanning and non-destructive analysis on in particular in terms of structural behavior of buildings, so to conserve what is there for future generation. But the other one is definitely to have worked together with the Ukrainian in terms of preparing the path for the future, in terms of investing in livelihood of artists, of creators, of professionals, and with capacity building training, but also in a way working and assisting Ukrainian authorities. The first deputy minister of culture just mentioned before that now Ukraine has a national strategy for cultural heritage. So this is a strategy of the next 5 years, and this is really setting the plan for also how international communities can better prioritize and the efforts and the type of support that we can provide, not only in the short time, but more in the long term. So these, I think, are the challenges, also in terms of international community, how to combine, how to be able to continue support, also not in the short term, but also already starting now in the long term. And definitely the human capital is today a key element, a key factor for the success, I would say, of how we prepare the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Chiara. Now I want to get back to Aruna's question, when and how we could reconstruct Ukrainian cultural heritage, and let's linger on the question when, and probably what are the priorities. What I see from the international experience and also from our own project, it's about preparation. So we are preparing human capacity, we are building competences, we are making visions on what we would like to do. We are drafting methodologies on how to do things in the right sequence to get to the really quality result. So it's like getting ready for some start. When this start would happen, nobody knows. Is it the end of the war? Should we start earlier? If we ask Arturas and Central Project Management Agency, should Ukraine wait the war to be over to be able to build new schools? Then, probably that's not the answer. We have to start today. So before I give the mic to you, I would really love to hear from Mr. Yunakov and then from Ms. Galina, what would be their insights? When should we start to help to Ukraine to rebuild cultural heritage, and what should be like 2 or 3 priorities in your eyes? Mr. Yunakov.
I would like to say it not like a people's deputy, but like architect. I think we should start it from National Register, where we have to do all documentation, historical documentation in this register. The second one, we should make 3D scanning for whole our, not our, it's whole world monuments. And I talk not only about buildings, also for monuments, about paintings, etc. There are a lot of masterpieces in Ukraine. We should first of all protect it, and I think we should do it yesterday, not now. It should be. It's very urgent question, because Russian missiles attack us every day, and we don't know which rocket will hit another one. Very, famous and very important building, historical building. Especially, we see how Russia hit Odessa. It's a UNESCO city, and there are a lot of monuments there. It's really horrible. So I think we should start it now to do it. And as I said, we should make a register, and we must understand which monument we can reconstruct, and which one we can do it, and we should to make the list of these monuments. And the physical restoration, I think we should do after the war. But all, for example, legislation and regulatory, we should make today, and we do it. The architects, the government do the best, and especially I see very huge and powerful architects acting like new kind of diplomacy. It's not only architects, also all cultural guys work together with European Union, with Lithuanian. Thank you, by the way, very much for your assistance, for your helping. So I think my point of view like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yunakov. Now the same question goes to the Vice Minister of Culture of Ukraine. So please, Galina.
Yeah, thank you, Ruta, for this question, for raising it. Actually, my answer to when we should start, we have already started, actually, because preparation is a part of the process. Of course, human capacity, expertise, digitalization, continuing to work on a national registry of immovable and movable heritage, because we have now real progress in both of these registries for Ukrainian heritage. And of course, intangible heritage, which was mentioned by Ingrida, is also very important. We are talking about protection of the right to express themselves for different people in different regions of Ukraine. We cannot pause the life, as human beings, as mentioned by Aronos. We are continuing to live in Ukraine, and that means that we need access to culture. We need places of social gatherings. We need places to remember. We need places to mourn. We need places to have joy, and that means that we continue to do this work. We will not start it somewhere at some point in the future. That means that, of course, we really much appreciate your support in human capacity building. That means in expertise sharing and preparing together for really intense rebuilding process, which will happen, of course, after the war will end. Because under the shelling, we cannot restore every cultural heritage site. We understand it very well. But at the same time, we need to provide places, safe places for our people for social cohesion process. And that means that equipment and some process for equipping the shelters inside of cultural institutions is also of really importance and urgency for us. Because, for example, in Kharkiv, we have really vibrant cultural life, new theater productions, exhibitions, photo exhibitions. And that means that people who are living there, and it's around 1 million people, slightly less than 1 million people, it's big, it's an enormous, huge city, and they cannot stop their cultural life because of the shelling. They continue their self-expression, and that means that we need to provide spaces, safe spaces, of course, underground, but we need to continue. The same is about Sumy region, Chernihiv region, Luhansk and Donetsk region, those territories which are under the control of Ukrainian forces. And of course, we need to document everything, to document looted collections from our museums, and that means it's closely connected with digital registry for Museum Fund of Ukraine. And of course, we need to properly document all necessary legal procedures and steps for further legal and justice process in courts, I mean. So we need to continue this work. We are not starting. Actually, we are working together with you and our partners since the very start of the full-scale invasion. And I would like to thank you for talking about this, because it's not about planning. It's about actions right now and right here. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Vice Minister. Any reaction from the panel? Ingrida?
I have some reactions actually from, thank you for the Vice Minister. I absolutely agree that it's already started, because in the very beginning of the year we started to shout that the culture is a part of defense, and it is very important. Even for our government, it is like something new, you know, but we are shouting it so loud that I think the people are starting to hear. And I'm organizing at the moment the meeting with the defense ministers, between Lithuania and culture and defense ministers, and they need to make some agreements too. And also, I think it will be the question of Ukraine too in this speech. And I think we are helping. It started also not only with our help, but from the European Union help. We're starting the way that Ukraine is going to European Union. We are supporting this very, very much. And also the fight against illegal trafficking of cultural property, it is also very important to understand. And the one more thing is the sanctions for the looters of cultural property in occupied territories, and for the common law rules and the other things. And I think it already started, and it is very important in the political level. And as human being, of course, we are, as we spoke yesterday with librarians, and it was like very, very sensible that our kids, we don't need to explain to our kids that Ukraine is important. They are painting, they are making small exhibitions, where Lithuania and Ukraine is together. So I think it is the most important thing that from the very early years until the very old people, we are supporting Ukraine in this way. So thank you for teaching us how to survive in this war situation.
Yes, Arūnas.
I think everything was said already, capacity building, digitizing, and I should add financial planning, how much we will require from aggressor to pay for all the atrocities. But I have the striking example from 2023, when we visited Lviv, and my dear colleague Taras Wozniak, director of the Voznitsky Gallery, National Gallery in Lviv and in surrounding places, and he showed me freshly renovated church, Tsarkvushka, as he called it, in Zhovka. And I said, Taras, shouldn't it wait for the end of war? You are restoring it now during war? And he said, Arunas, this is exactly what Putin wants us to do, to stop living. So restoring heritage meant living for Ukrainians and for my colleagues. So I remember this example, probably I will never forget it during my entire life.
And most probably this is the idea that guides us all with our initiatives. Yeah, I can see the photo.
This is a small picture, but very impressive.
So with this great example, I thank you all to the high-level roundtable discussion panelists here in Vilnius and also online. Thanks a lot for joining. Thanks a lot for sharing, inspiring, also for provoking some discussions. I hope that during the day we will try to answer some challenges that were named today, and we would see how the architects could contribute to the satisfaction of the needs, at least a little bit. So I encourage you also, dear Chiara, Galina, Ivan, to stay with us during the whole day to listen to the conference, also the panelists, and now very round applause to everybody, and we will continue the conference.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is it working? Yeah. So I have different chairs today as a moderator, but also as a presenter. Now it's time for my own presentation, a short introduction to what Euroherit project is about, because we heard of the needs of the more general picture of Ukrainian cultural sector needs and situation. So I will briefly remind you what we are doing in Euroherit project and what could be the hope for the future of Ukrainian cultural heritage, and not only in Ukraine. So let's see whether I can have my slides on the screen. Yeah. So project Euroherit. How it started? In fact, it started when I think half of the year had passed since Russia invaded Ukraine in full scale, and the European Commission had launched a special program under Creative Europe program umbrella dedicated to support Ukrainian displaced people and the Ukrainian cultural and creative sectors, as abstract as it may sound. What were the aims of these calls? The European Commission wanted to get applications that would contribute to recovery of the Ukrainian cultural sector, without naming which sector it could be, but also that could contribute to capacity building of Ukrainian cultural heritage professionals. And that was more concrete. So we came up with the application of the project Euroherit, Architects for Heritage in Ukraine, Recreating Identity and Memory. And voila, we were successful. We were selected among 2 other projects, so only 3 projects were financed by the call. But in fact, in our strand, we were the only ones. So it was really a big trust from European Commission and the European society that they thought that this project corresponds the best to the call. So some statistics about the project: it lasts 36 months, so it means 3 years. We started on May 2023. The project will end in 1 year. We are hoping to have our last closing conference in Kiev in Ukraine. The budget of the project is way over €1 million, but we are getting 1 million euro from Creative Europe program, and we are consortium of 11 partners. All of the partners are architectural organizations. So that was our response when, Russia started the war. We started thinking, how can we as architects community from Lithuania, but also from European Union, how can we contribute to what's happening in Ukraine? And of course, the best way to be the most efficient is to do what you know the best. So that's how we thought that, okay, let's join our forces as the architects of European Union and Ukrainian architects, of course, and let's do it together. So we are a consortium of architectural organizations from Lithuania, Sweden, Austria, Denmark, Romania, Italy, Germany, Estonia. We are having as an associated partner the Architects Council of Europe, and we have 3 partners from Ukraine, which are the National Union of Architects of Ukraine, NGO Roskvit Urban Coalition for Ukraine, and Kharkiv School of Architecture. What do we do in this project? Unfortunately, we are not rebuilding cultural heritage with this huge demand for it. This is a soft project, so we are not building in concrete and bricks. But we do the capacity building effort through different tools. So we do research. We have workshops for experts, workshops with communities, with local authorities, digital workshops, on-site workshops in various forms. We have work in groups because we have selected groups of selected experts from Ukraine and also European Union. So at the end of the project, we will come up with methodologies and recommendations on different topics. We will have pilot projects, and we will have courses, continuous professional development courses for the architects who are already outside university and are practicing architects, and educational programs for architecture students. What are the topics? Cultural heritage topic is very, very vast. So you can talk about many needs and many aspects, but we wanted to narrow it down. So the main red thread that is going through all the topics and all the activities is the topic of sustainable and meaningful regeneration of heritage. When we are talking about regeneration or preservation of heritage, is not about putting the heritage object under the glass. It's about using it, it's about sustainable existence, it's about community cohesion that cultural heritage can do. So we have topics of heritage value assessment methodology because Ukrainian system has to be renewed. We have a very interesting and very relevant topic that was mentioned also by Dr. Arūnas Gelūnas about damage done by war assessment, because someone will have to compile the bill for Russia after the war is over, and that bill has to have really sound arguments. So we are working on that methodology. We have topic of holistic renovation of Soviet housing in Ukraine. So you can imagine the movement of Ukrainian citizens inside Ukraine and the demand for housing. The demand is huge, but also the stock of mass housing that was built in the second half of this 20th century is also huge. So how Ukraine is going to deal with this challenge of quality renovation of Soviet housing so that it could turn into a really quality living space, quality space for everybody where the community could meet, quality space with vibrant and urban life, but also affordable quality living space. Then we have a topic of new technologies and cultural heritage. Very interesting topic of participatory processes in heritage protection, because we want to test different methodologies coming from European Union countries that would help us to bring communities and give them voice when making decisions on cultural heritage, objects, sites, and also to educate them and to raise the interest in cultural heritage. Because cultural heritage is as a magnet or a glue. You can imagine that the societies and communities in Ukraine, they are torn because of the war. They need a reason. Why should they stay in their little towns? And cultural heritage can give that meaning to them. So during the very interesting workshops and different events that are going to be presented today, we are trying to get those communities together and empower them. We are also quite visible, so just to name a few international events, we were presented at the European Bauhaus Festival last year in Brussels. We even had our own stand in NEB Fair, so we were selected among 50 other projects that proved to be most NEBish initiatives. That means that correspond the European Bauhaus values the best. We were presented also in World Urban Forum in Cairo. We are usually presented in Architects Council of Europe General Assemblies, in conferences such as Europa Nostra and Architects Council Conference on European Bauhaus and Heritage Transformation, UNESCO and Ministry of Culture Lithuania International Conference that we had last summer that was mentioned by the Vice Minister of Culture of Ukraine. So many different events that are internationally important on the topic of culture, on the topic of culture meaning to the Ukrainian rebuilding, and also to political events that are dealing with the recovery of Ukraine. And of course, our public events, you are visiting the third conference of EURIHERIT. The first one happened in Lviv at the start of the project. The second happened last year in Stockholm. Today we are in Vilnius. Next year, April, hopefully we will meet again in Kiev. So is this project relevant? Because we heard that there is a need for, giving action now. There is a need for building capacity and for enforcing human resources in Ukraine. Yes, we are working on that, on capacity building, but I think that the outreach and the impact of the project moves far beyond the aim of capacity building, because it has side effects. One of them is that we are building a new community that didn't exist before. We are building a new platform where Ukrainian and European Union experts on cultural heritage meet, and they are creating new partnerships, and even new projects are born. So we can say that EURIHERIT already has some children, some side projects that were applying for grants and they were successful. So I really believe that this platform will be a long-term one. And the second side effect is what we get when we ask people to think about the future. When Ukrainians start to think of how they want their cultural heritage to be recovered, their hearts and their faces change, because it gives them hope. When you ask people to think about their future, out of the sudden they see perspective. So it's a psychological effect which is also really very, very positive, which architecture profession is in general. So we will continue. Thanks a lot. We will continue with this day. You will hear everything that I've just briefly mentioned. Thanks for the attention. And now I will present the structure of today. We will have 4 sessions. One session that we will do now before the lunch break, and then 3 sessions afterwards. So I announced the first session open. The name of the session is Assessing Value and Damage to the Cultural Heritage and Technology in Ukraine. And we will have the first presentation by the Vice President of National Union of Architects of Ukraine, Olena Oleinik. Her presentation, Destruction Resulting from Direct Hits by Various Types of Projectile, Analysis of Objects in Kharkiv. So this is about damage documentation, and Olena has really fresh news to share with us. Olena, please come to the stage. I'll give you this, and I'll also give you the microphone. Yeah, the green one, and the microphone that you should use for your presentation. So off you go, 15 minutes are yours.
don't know where is my, okay. Dear colleagues, I would like to present to you the research of our Kharkiv colleagues on the type of destruction of historical and cultural heritage sites as a result of direct hits by different types of shells. The Russian Federation, as you know, shelled Kharkiv every day with different weapons, including missiles, cruise or ballistic aerial bombs, guided aerial bombs, MLRCS with high explosive or cluster warheads, UAVs. Each of them causes different damage. Type 1, direct engagement missile, cruise or ballistic. This is Karazin Kharkiv National University. Severe destruction, structure damages. Many authentic details were destroyed as a result of cleaning later. Emmanuel Durand traced the consequences of the destruction. It was very great support to our colleagues. Other buildings direct hit on the building of the Hoda, March 1st, 22. Horrible. There were several hits. This is one of the strongest. Many people died then, that time. Here, colleagues investigated how the building works and the blast wave. Large volumes were thrown out inside the building. Trees growing nearby simply evaporated. And these are granite stairs and the lantern. Museum in Skovorodinivka, you know this object, it was also one of the first horrible crime of Russian Federation. Here you can see how the rocket works when it hits a building. The roof is being pierced. It is a fairly small hole. And inside the building there is a collapse. This leads to maximum damage both to the internal and enclosing structures. It was rocket S-300. Type 2, direct involvement air bomb. This is architectural monument fire department in Kharkiv. There were several direct hits. This led to structural damage to the masonry, violation of special rigidity. pay attention to the delamination of the brickwork. This is special technology of the late 19th century. This left slide. That was used in Kharkiv, which, as it turned out, does not tolerate blast waves very well. The roof, oh, sorry. The roof is completely destroyed. Neighboring buildings are also badly damaged. Type 3, guided air bomb. State Industrial Complex building, Держпром in Kharkiv, tentative UNESCO World List. A guided aerial bomb explodes at the moment of contact with the building. That is, the destruction is more outward and not so serious in the internal structure. Держпром structure worked very well. Only one block was damaged. A detailed instrumental examination was carried out. Samples of concrete and reinforcement were taken, and recommendation for further restoration will be given based on this data. Another example of hitting the foundation of a monument. The roof of the building caught fire from the debris and burned completely. The apartments on the upper floors were damaged. Part of the building received significant structural damage and literally broke away from the main body of the building. Type 4, direct engagement MLRS with high explosive or cluster warhead. In March 2022, a spent cluster shell hit the roof of the building, which caused a very serious fire. Fortunately, the state emergency service arrived quickly, extinguished the fire. In 11 months, it was possible to preserve this building, to renovate with the help of the Lviv city administration. Building of a polyclinic in the city of Izium, just near a border, it simply burned down during a fire. As it turned out, fires from shells are not like household fires. There are different temperatures, different burning times, different types of damage. Type 5, direct engagement UAV. On December 31, 2023, the Russian Federation gave Kharkiv a New Year's gift, a flight to the very center of the city. The destruction is relatively small, but the fire significantly damaged the interior and, of course, secondary damage from water. But structure damages is minimal. The impact of blast waves. The problem of Kharkiv is the debris that hits the facades of buildings very hard. There are huge questions about the restoration of such buildings and technologies, because the material from which the original plaster was made is no longer available, as turned out. The roofs suffer the most. And now there are no undamaged roofs in the center. All require detailed examination. They seem to bounce from the blast wave, but do not sit directly to their place. Rafters and other wooden parts also break. Mixed impact, different types of projectiles and blast waves. Also, famous object, the Palace of Labor, a former apartment building which received a direct hit to the roof. There was also a direct hit to the building next door. There were also hits to the ground in these blocks. That is the impact of blast waves. In April-May 2022, a working team was created in Kharkiv, consisting of an architect restorer, Katerina Kublitska, a design engineer, prosecutors, the security service of Ukraine, and public volunteers who were engaged in documenting war crimes. They record these crimes and open criminal proceedings regarding the armed military aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine. You can see all type, not all, but all searched type of hitting of this weapon. In our opinion, unique material has been collected then that needs to be finalized and continued. We believe that this experience will undoubtedly be valuable for all European countries, unfortunately. So thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Olena. I think that was like a cold shower to all of us, and I think it was really very, very relevant. As cruel as it looks, as you said, that you never know when we ourselves would need the same information. So thank you for this, and I saw that the colleagues who were doing this, who did this research, it's not a desk work. I mean, it's really going to those places, so hats off to your colleagues that are doing the research. Thanks a lot once again.
And they continue to work every day during these attacks. Absolutely amazing. And thanks, of course, all of them.
Thank you, Olena. Now on the same topic, damage done by war evaluation. Olena just presented the experience of Kharkiv architects on how they deal with the documentation, but in Europe there are also countries that have experience in it. And we, in our consortium, we have a partner, which is Italian Chamber of Architects, Conservationists, and Landscape Architects. They work with methodologies related with the evaluation of damage done by natural disasters and also war, and pairing up with National Union of Architects of Ukraine in this project. They are working on a methodology on the damage assessment for Ukraine. So let me invite you, representative from the Italian Chamber of Architects, Conservationists, and Landscape Architects, Marcello Rossi. And he will present what did they do during the project and what's coming next.
Yes, thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank all of you, all the people that are involved in the URERIT project, and of course the Architects Association of Lithuania and Ruta for this opportunity, also for our council to be here and to be a partner of the project. Thanks a lot. What we were preparing is maybe a small answer to one of the questions, the how we can do. In Italy, we have a very fragile territory. We have a lot of earthquakes. So there is a sector, Protezione Civile, that has a lot of expertise and that trains many Italian technicians, either engineers or architects, in order to interview immediately after an earthquake and to evaluate the damages on the building, either of wood or bricks or concrete. And so what we wanted to do is to prepare a course online for the Ukrainian technician, engineer, architect, and so on the evaluation of the damages and on the techniques of rebuilding with this know-how that unluckily we have for different reasons, mainly for earthquakes here in Italy. So maybe I pass directly to the course. It will be an online course of 32 hours with 5 modules and 14 lessons of 4 hours each on different items, and the Ukrainian architects and engineers can choose to follow the complete course or to follow the items that they maybe prefer to follow. It is done with the Ukrainian Association of Architects, of Union of Architects, and they will have a website where they can they will attend the lesson. The lesson should be available on August of this year. So the first module by Roberto Rocchi, that is an architect, and he works in the military service in Italy, and so he has a lot of expertise in the method and approach of intervening in a critical area. So the module aims to lay the groundwork to act in area covered by emergency condition, so ensure safety for the operators, for the architects, for the people living there, ensure the coordination with other facilities on site, need to inform about logistic adopted, the means at one's disposal and one needs, and so on. I go fast. The second module is done with the UAV, that is the Architectural University of Venice. And in UAV there is a very strong school on restoration. And so they were preparing a module on the up-to-date cultural approach to the restoration. The project is coordinated by Professor Francesco Trovò, but there will be 4 different teachers of the university. So the 4 lessons of this module will be reconstruction of cultural heritage after calamities or war events, with reference also to the old-new relationship at the territorial, urban, and architectural scales. So this is the methodology, the most up-to-date technologies. Yesterday we had an example in the visit. Maybe in Italy we have a very strong tradition in this field. And then there will be some focus also with some analyzing some cases directly, restoration of building of worship and especially churches. The third module, restoration of the modern, and the fourth of the historical buildings. The third and fourth module are deep of engineers, so they will be led by 2 engineers. and they will analyze the first intervention on wooden and masonry structure with Massimo Mariani, a structural analysis on damaged wooden and masonry structures, diagnostics on wooden and masonry structures. So each of these lessons will be of 2 hours. And the fourth, it will be the same, but on the concrete structures. So first intervention, structural and diagnostics on reinforced concrete. And then the fifth module will be restoration and reinforcing design, structural restoration techniques on wooden and masonry, and then techniques on concrete. And it will be also with some concrete, some direct cases of study, so that it will be like a workshop also. So this is the course that we are preparing. Thanks a lot. Very fast. You asked me to be very fast.
That's fine. Thank you, Marcello. Just to mention that this course that Marcello just announced will be available for free online. So it's dedicated not only to Ukrainian architects, but to all the architects that would be interested. So just food for thought for you and for your colleagues. Yes, Thanks.
Maybe for example, we met the Palestinian architects in Kuala Lumpur in this winter, and maybe it will be available also for them, for example. So it is unlikely an experience in Italy that we can share. Okay, thank you so much.
And thank you for doing that. Now let's go to the topic of adaptation and application of new technologies to the restoration of cultural heritage. And here we have a collaboration of National Union of Architects of Ukraine and Royal Danish Academy. So let me introduce you two speakers that would present the presentation Recovery and Revitalization of Historic Crafts and Technologies Based on Sustainable Strategies. And these are Adam Linde Nielsen and Frusina Butros from Royal Danish Academy, Denmark. You will have to share one microphone if you don't mind. So the microphone for you, and this one.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. As Ruta just mentioned, my name is Adam, and this is my colleague Frusina, and we'll be going through a workshop that we will be having in collaboration with Architect Sweden on the 14th of May, and it's entitled Recovery and Revitalization of Historic Crafts and Technologies Based on Sustainable Strategies. And it's a part of the UHERIT CPT program, Module 6. And the seminar that we will be touching on is on May 14th and is a part of a bigger workshop that is during these 3 days. And Frusina will tell you more about the seminar now.
Thanks. So the Module 6 consists of 3 days of study trips to participatory urban redevelopment projects with heritage as resource, a public conference on the pilot strategy in Malmö, and a workshop on materials for heritage reconstruction in Copenhagen. In Copenhagen, we will have a morning presentation by Thomas Kampmann, Associate Professor, which will focus on the life cycle analysis and sustainable strategies for working with heritage buildings, and an afternoon trip to the Open Air Museum and a walk and talk presentation by Nikolai Bo Andersen. We will visit the Ingenious houses, focusing on the use of sustainable materials in working with traditional building technologies. So the life cycle analysis presentation will touch the apprentice house, because in Denmark we lack craftsmen who know traditional craft. And so therefore a study project was made where craft students can be trained in these technologies. The project is also a part of a researching life cycle analysis to understand the life cycle of materials used in traditional building practices. Different scenarios are implemented for LCA to see what has the smallest footprint on the environment. And surprisingly, the study shows that it is the gentle renovation methods that are the least climate heavy in the long term. And the school has also developed a digital tool that shows different scenarios for this LCA that can be found on the Royal Danish Academy's website. The next presentation will take place at the Ingenious Houses. This project is aimed for architecture students to introduce them to traditional building methods inspired by Eiderstedtsgård. And Lunddaga retrofit is another part of the project, which is about retrofitting an already existing house. The main task has been to retrofit the house through bio-based materials, so the existing building and its historical qualities and aesthetics stand out. Yeah, we are looking forward to the workshop in May.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Fruzina. And we are doing really well with our timeline. Thank you. I think that we gained 20 minutes, so now I have to announce the lunch break. And I think that we will keep to the schedule because we have participants and audience who is joining us online, so we stay within our schedule. We will meet again here at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Vilnius and Kiev time. That would make 12 o'clock Central European time for those who are listening us online from European Union side. So see you there in 1 hour and 20 minutes. And practical detail to the ones who are here in audience. The presenters of the conference, the members of the consortium, the organizers of the conference, we warmly invite you to have lunch at the National Gallery of Art Cafe. So the lunch is prepaid for you. For the audience, external audience, we would really welcome you in 1 hour and 20 minutes. So there are plenty places nearby to have lunch. We really hope that you come back after the lunch. It would be really great to see the same faces. So see you soon. We meet at 1 o'clock right here. Welcome back to the conference of EuroHerit. I urge everybody who is still outdoors to come back to the hall, and we will continue with the session number 2, which is a very, very interesting and I guess inspiring. The topic of the session is Tools for Quality Architectural Solutions for Cultural Heritage, ensuring participatory approach in heritage reconstruction and architectural design competition. So for this session, we want to explore methods on how to involve communities and how to empower them when it comes to the reconstruction of cultural heritage. And inside EuroHerit project, we had different and very interesting practices that were tried out in Ukraine. So the first presentation will be delivered by the representative of Estonian Union of Architects, architect Ular Mark, and he will present urban hacks as a tool to enhance public participation. So Ular, you have your pointer, your microphone, and 5 minutes are yours.
5 minutes or 10. Was it 15? Okay.
In between.
I tried to go through the hello, and very nice to have here. The main partners of doing this is Estonian Architects Association and Roskvit Urban Coalition for Ukraine. And without Roskvit, I think it's never happened, because it's really very locally attached project what we do. So this is our team. I'll go through it quicker, and I think you will get this. So what we are doing, there have been 2 urban hacks, one in Žitomer Cinema Cosmos, second one in Žitomer Sokolovsky Quarry. They are different. One is a building, the other is an area, and there will be May 1st 3 to 3, and then in June there will be 2 more urban hacks in Kalush and Lviv. What are the urban hacks? It's like a 2-day event. It's very short. It's 2 days because we would like to bring real professional architects, but they usually can't take 1 week off to go there. So they can quickly to hack into situation, to learn it, and then propose some change. And this is important that the method, what we worked out is like it has to be a neutral platform, and it's very open to discussion from every side. It's not only for architects, it's about urban planners, about trafficking engineers, whoever is needed to certain kind of task. So it's important to collaboration, different professions, and it should be many opinions, and many options also, many opinions. That it gives a kind of a bigger picture about the theme. There is never one good solution. There is always different solutions. And then finally, it's kind of what if thinking, and we are really free of thinking of what if, because of I write here down what is hack or not. So it's not official documents. That's why we are quite free to get some ideas, and it is not one truth what we kind of finding out there, and there is no correct ideology that this or that is right thing, and it's not the private project of even if the private land is involved, it's not for them or not for sponsored project. And this is not also only a city municipality vision. It's very specially, it's not architects and urban planners' truth, because sometimes architects, they know everything and know better than the others, but it's not that. So it's more or less, one thing is it's a task, and the other thing is what we doing and learning is creating a cultural spatial dialogue. So it is like a democratic spatial discussion, how decision making can happen with discussion, And also one thing is to bring external view of some cities or areas in Ukraine. So it's 2 days. There will be five different teams working with one topic. And just to understand how it goes quickly, then it's kind of public morning when we learn the site situation, have some public discussion, some introduction, and then afternoon we have formation of the groups, and we're starting to work with groups. So and the next day, the evening is of course the big discussion, and then group works continue the next day, and then we're preparing presentation, and the afternoon will be kind of for everybody free to come and see what are the thoughts and what are the conclusions and the end of the public discussion. So just what we have experienced, it started 2009, and especially I would point it out how it started in Estonia. There was really big fight, and mostly fight between some kind of ideas, because the city is trying to do their idea because they have their own stuff to do, and then private investors are building up their position and then fighting for their position, and then the architects are just looking at kind of, you are everybody not right, because the right thing is to, you know, ask from us. So it was really conflict in 2009. So we started these urban forums, and it was really a tool for all of them to bring in the table and to think there from the zero or from the start some kind of problems. And it works well. We're still doing it. We still have this trouble. We still have this fight, but it's a format it allows kind of bring them into table. So already some outcomes, just very quick view of what in Žitomer, we had this, it's a city, friend city of Tallinn, Estonia also. That's why we first started there. That's a first day event here, and go through just to get the feeling what we do there, how it feels like. These architects are drawing, working. Then these presentations, and then the Cosmos Cinema is also that you can see some sketches and visiting a site, and always involved the local authorities. The question is not, without local authority we will not able to do anything. So the right-hand person is the architect from Žitomer city government. And it's just some ideas how to change this cinema, which have standing these kind of, this is just some pictures, but what we have had 5 teams, 5 different solutions. So this is just some pictures of it. Some Sokolovsky quarry, it's an area around now it's used as a lake, but how to correct it and what kind of ideas we can have, and some reflections. Yes. So the final slide is that we have done 2 of them. We will do 2 of them, but we really have idea to make at least 300 of them in Ukraine. So now we're building up the next stage of more kind of professionalize, and when we do it more of them, then it's much easier to organize them. So we're looking now partners from city governments or NGOs who are really dealing with some projects. So and building up these next years of these kind of events. Thank you.
Thank you, Lars. So the best of luck finding the partners, because when your Reherit project ends next year, I hope that you get a chance to implement that 300 urban hacks. under the EuroHeritage 2 application or some other format. So the best of luck for you, and we will contribute, of course. The next presentation will be also on participatory process and methodology that is slightly different, but nonetheless interesting. So I would invite Darina Pasyuta from Roskvit, Ukraine, to present the presentation, Method of Inclusive Heritage Recovery. So Darina, 10 minutes are yours. 10 minutes. You have the timer there.
Hello. So this workshop was taking part during restoration camp as a part of international project EuroHeritage Architect for Ukraine Heritage. And together with our Romanian partner, Romanian Order of Architects, we joined voluntary organizations from Ukraine and Romania for this heritage summer camp. So our aim was to test participatory methods for heritage protection and recovery through educational programs and hands-on conservation work. And we worked in the western part of Ukraine. Rozdyl, it's a small village around 50 kilometers from Lviv. And we worked on the territory of Palace of Żywuskich Lęckoronskich. And except of this building, there is some other buildings reserved in Rozdyl. For example, it's an old gate on the territory of Palace, the old school, a Jewish cemetery, old boarding school, old synagogue. So together with voluntary organizations and locals, we learned this history and heritage potential of this village, and together work on plot. So students from Ukraine together worked with a specialist from Ukraine and Romania, and it's synergy because experts are willing to share their experience and students are willing to take this experience and this work together in the fresh air. It was something incredible, and we worked with in 3 locations. One of this location, it was the old archive, and the second with old stables on the territory of Palace. We also, it's important to say that we also invite boys from boarding school for young people with mental disabilities also to join us, and everybody work on this spots. And the third spot was the old boarding school, where we repaired the fragment of roof and the fragment of roof on terrace. Also, we conducted questionnaires for locals and conducted 20 in-depth interviews with local citizens, how they are perceive this palace, what does it mean in their life of their village, and we invite them to the old school where it was our base for our camp, and residents were really happy to share their experience about palace, because in the Soviet Union time there was settled a sanatorium, and they brought photos and shared how they are raised in this sanatorium, how their parents worked there, how many people came there from all over the world. They also shared that on the territory of Palace, it was a beautiful garden with different plants, exotic one. So we learned that it's very important place for citizens, and it's still a magnet where people like to spend their free time where they like to walk and rest. So this place is very important for them, and they also associate it with pleasant community gatherings. Also on this territory during the Soviet time, on remains of palace walls. On their territory, it was built a cultural club, and community gatherings holding there as well, dances, evenings, and so on. So citizens are really open for something happening. There are new activities. We also mentioned that they are rather taking part as observers, not as active actors, because of different reasons, but that's why it is very important to take these events, take these, let's say, camps or activities in their villages and invite them for these activities. So this is some of the picture which locals bring to us to share it with us. Also, it's important to mention that this community is already have a successful case on their village, because this old school was renovated earlier, and one of the citizens, she told that before she doesn't believe that old school can be renovated, but now she sees that we are sitting here, look at this place, and now she believes that palace also could be renovated. So, thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Darina. Darina, a question to you as well. Marek mentioned that his plan is to make 300 urban hacks in Ukraine. Are you planning, together with Romanian Chamber of Architects, the same number of workshops in Ukraine?
I was also a part of urban hackathons with our Estonian colleagues. I like it very much, so we are really welcome colleagues from other countries to join us. Please come, and you're very welcome in Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you, Darina. The next presentation is also about public participation and inclusiveness. So the presentation under the name Her City, a tool of participatory approach adapted to Ukrainian realities, will be delivered by Tove Levonen, representing the NGO Shared City from Sweden. The pointer, the mic, 10 minutes.
Fine, perfect. Hi everyone, thank you Ruta, thank you everyone for having me. I'm Tove Levonen from Shared City Foundation, and I'm here to present the Her City Toolbox. I will start by broadening, zooming out a bit before we move into the work that we do in Ukraine. So Her City is co-managed by Shared City Foundation and UN Habitat, and it's a way of planning and designing cities together with girls and other vulnerable groups that stand far from the decision-making process in general. So let's see, you all know this already, but cities are growing. It's a big problem in terms of inequality and resource management. So we don't really have the resources, the money, or the time to do anything wrong, because if we continue as we have when developing cities and rebuilding cities, it will have devastating impact on a lot of people. So that's why we do what we do, because we think if we turn the tables and try to plan cities together with girls and other stakeholders, we will get a different results than the results that we have gotten for all these centuries that we've planned in the way that we do. So, Her City creates sustainable cities for tomorrow. That's what we do. And on one hand, we support girls and communities to be engaged and empowered within the urban development process. So we do workshops together with them. They are considered experts throughout the entire process, and they are involved in the entire process. And that has great implications on like the actual design ideas that we get and the solutions that we can implement, but it also has a great impact on their involvement in the community at large, and has, on an individual level, has great impacts on how they relate to everything from the municipal work in general, but also to their continued education and work. So it has a great implications on that. But on the other hand, Her City is also a way to help decision makers to actually inform decisions that are based on the needs of residents and the ones that are not part of the traditional processes. And I've seen that when we do the Her City projects around the world, we get an eye-opening experience from the girls, that they understand how the democratic process works and how the urban development process works, but we also get an eye-opening revelation from the professionals that are part of these processes, because they see the competence that the girls have when they participate in this. And they also see it, the city or the public spaces from their eyes and their experience of the public space. So that's what we do. It's a guide to help professionals work together with communities. Yeah, and Her City has been developed together with different stakeholders from public, private sector, and from researchers and communities all around the world. We've been going since 2021, and since then we've done a lot of projects in the Middle East and in Africa, and on the next slide you'll see Europe and Asia as well. And we see that because this is a free toolbox that's open for everyone to use, we have a lot of independent initiatives as well that we're not a part of. But we see that we reach a lot of people with this. Let's see if I can get, yeah. So Latin America as well. We've been almost everywhere and tried this toolbox, which has been a great learning experience for us, and also improving the tools that we use and the process that we use. So for Ukraine, we're not part of the UHER project, but we are part of BALTPART, which is a participatory add-on that Per Mikael will present, I think, in the next session. So what we do here is provide capacity building for implementing participatory methods in planning and design for the CPD participants. So it has been 5 projects that are interested in actually implementing the toolbox in the further work, which is very good. And we are also working on a translation of the Her City guide, so that the guide and the tools will be more approachable in Ukraine. So this is just a little taste test of the Ukrainian guide. Yeah. Oh, and I can also add, so since we have done this for so long, we are starting to actually improve and add tools to the process. And with the response and the feedback from the Ukrainian participants, that will feed in a lot into the next phase of Her City. I think that's a very important part of this process as well, adapting it to better fit very extreme settings and contexts. So this is a picture for me to practice on my Ukrainian. This is the process as a whole, and Her City follows the traditional like urban development process. So we have the assessment phase, we have design, and we have implementation over there in blue. And all the blocks are then divided into activities, that is divided into steps. So as you can see, it's very comprehensive, it's big. And that means that we rarely do the entire process. When we do projects, we do the blocks that are fitting for that context. And that makes it a very flexible and usable toolbox, in my opinion. Okay, so here we have the blocks themselves. We do stakeholder assessments, citywide and public space assessments, and then we do analyze challenge together with the participants, and we also do design using block by block methodologies, which is Minecraft, and block 6 is recommendations for actions. So we try to cover it all in this process, and then we follow up and have a block on communications and so on. So the digital tools, we haven't invented any tools really. We have partnered up with great tools that have been tested in various areas and in various contexts, countries and so on. And they form the toolbox. And then we've added some complementary things. So we have forms and agendas, and so it's a very detailed toolbox, and that's why you can pick and choose. Let's see, yeah. So we, as I said, we work with girls and young women, particularly in socioeconomic vulnerable areas, but the toolbox itself and the methodology really builds on an intersectional approach. So we have used it, and we see that it's a very good tool to use when working with refugees and minorities. We've also worked with IDPs, for instance, now in Mozambique. People with disabilities, children, youth. Just if there's a way or a place in the world where like white middle-aged men are underrepresented in the process, we could use this tool to work with them as well. Yeah, and this is the platform. So this is how we imagine the Her City when it's done. A vibrant place for everyone to do what they feel is nice, and also not as car bound. I think I'll stop there.
Thank you, Tove. So as far as I understand, your toolbox will be tested more in depth during the CPD module that will happen on May, right?
Yeah, or in May we will present the Ukrainian translation, yeah. But we hope that we can get additional funding to do actual projects in Ukraine, and we hope that the projects that are part of the CPD can use the toolbox for their coming projects. But I also want to do 300 urban, like the Urban Hacks, 300 urban Her City processes.
Okay, great. So I also have a wish for myself that not only CPD participants would enjoy your toolbox, but also all the partners of your Herit project. So once you are done, once you have more results to show, you are also very welcome. And I think that everybody would be also interested in seeing how does it work for Ukraine and maybe adapting the tool for their own country. Thank you, Tove. Now we are moving to another presentation, which is not exactly about participatory process, but also about publicity when it comes to architecture and public decisions in a fair, transparent, and democratic way. And I mean architectural design competitions. So let me invite Daniel Fugenschuk from Austrian Chamber of Architects to give a presentation on architectural design competition as a tool to a transparent process and quality environment, which is also part of EuroHerit. Daniel, the mic and the pointer is
Thank you.
here.
Hello, from my side. Thanks, Uta, for introducing and inviting me. It's a real pleasure to be here, to be part of this great project. You mentioned already today that it's it's a project team which is consisting of very different partners, and everyone is putting in their knowledge. So our knowledge is based on architecture design competitions. I'm here as a representative of the Austrian Architects Chamber, and we also include the engineers. And I'm also part of the board of the Architects Council of Europe. Participation also is needed for architectural design competitions. It's one way to procure public monies in a transparent way, so it's accessible for small and medium-sized enterprises, and it's not for global players only. So I think that's a good start. We as a country have a tradition on competitions which go back to a time when it was still a huge entity where parts of Ukraine were actually also part of it. And Vienna was the capital for the west of the Ukraine as well. So a lot of the buildings we're talking about in heritage, they look very similar on both sides in our country and your country. Here you can see there's also economic efficiency written down here. That's something where architectural design competitions are not famous for, but in fact our data says that the winning schemes are also the cheaper projects. So you might want to use this argument if you promote competitions in your circumstances. So sticking to the schedule of the project, we had in June 2024 online meeting on the role where we were talking about how competitions can play a role in sustainable heritage preservation and recovery. So this is basically about how we can include it also in the procedure of the procurement. In November 24, we had in Vienna a meeting in person, which was focusing on the SWOT tool, which is a kind of a checklist for ADCs. So it's meant to be helpful if you have competitions to have a look if it's fair, if the conditions are working, and to judge it. So on one side, it's useful for people, for architects who are taking part in the competition, but it's also meant to help people who are procuring projects so they can do a proper competition brief, which makes sense and works out better in the end. This is a picture of the meeting there. You can see my colleague Katarina, she was promoting competitions there as she does. One tool we were talking, I already mentioned, is the electronic ADC evaluation. So this works in a way that you can put in information on the project, on the brief yourself, and that's then going public so others can have a look what you think about the competition and judge if they take part of it. It's kind of a grassroots system. We in our country do this centralized. In each of the little counties we have, there's a little advisory board which looks at competitions and is then judging if it's fair and up to our standards. We have, this is an excursion now, we have a sister project which is also supported by the European Union through the same fund of Creative Europe, and we teamed up in this case. This is a platform for architectural design competitions, so we made advantage of the big network which is in place there with a lot of partners. I will introduce quite quickly here. You can see participating countries here which are focusing on ADCs and put together tools also beside other things. One of them is a language tool, because we found in the research that language is one of the most harmful reasons why people don't cross borders for competitions, because it's a language barrier. So what we did is, it's not just a translation of terms, but in fact, each of the organizations are taking part in this are defining terms which are relevant for architectural design competitions. That's about 100 verbs or 100 words which are described there, and you find where they are found in the legal system, so you can read up if you need more detailed information about it. There's another tool, it's called MAP. The MAP, you can click on a country which is involved, so Ukraine will be hopefully part of this. And there you find information about competitions which are at the moment out there you can take part of. You can also find information about the legal background of competitions, of public procurement, and you can find or partner organizations like the Chamber of Architects. Then we did a lot of research. We have 2 universities involved, one from the Netherlands, one from Spain. They were finding out, first of all, the basic information about how many competitions are there every year, how many members are there, and so on, so you can compare, but also more detailed information. It's very interesting to work with this data in our project. There's another important tool where you are invited to scan this QR code now because it's about a network, and that's exactly what we also need in the UHerit project. It's about finding partners across the border, so you can register there, and you can also find other people who are specialized in architectural design competitions who want to take part in a competition, for example, as a team, as we did already across the border with the Ukraine. Then we have the SWOT tool. That's already mentioned before, a way to find out if the competition is set up properly for clients, or to judge if the competition has been done in a way that you should take part, or if it's actually just an unfair way of procurement. It looks like that. We are not online now, but it's very simple. It's an online way to put in the name of the competition and so on, and get some details, and you can see, you find out the strengths, the weaknesses, the potential or the disadvantages of every of these projects. So the next steps will be to finalize all these tools. They are online already, but they are still in progress, so there will be some more input coming, and also to have more concrete projects done together. Okay, I think that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel, for your presentation. And now we will have some reflection from Ukrainian side. Do we have Marian Kardash online? Marian Kardash is a Ukrainian architect who works at the Architects Union of Ukraine, and he's the Secretary of Competition Commission. And he will briefly summarize, because he's part of this activity that Daniel presented, what is the situation and challenges when it comes to architectural design competitions in Ukraine? What is the main practice? And how the activity of UHerit could help to improve the architectural design competitions culture in Ukraine. So for the non-Ukrainian speakers, I would recommend to switch on your phones. And Marian, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ruta. Greeting, colleagues. I'm glad to be here. Continuing Daniel, the practice of architectural design competitions in Ukraine is developing and increasing, especially now during the war. We receive many requests from many communities and municipalities, primarily for competitions of memorials and burial complexes of our defenders. There are also requests for the restoration of infrastructure facilities of social importance, primarily schools. The geography of these initiatives covers almost all of Ukraine. I want to share with you examples of the results of architectural design competition organized during the war. There are competitions on different topics, different geography, and different by customers. And the first competition was organized in Lviv, a memorial complex of military burials of heroes of Ukraine. The municipality plans to implement a memorial square, museum, monument of the unknown soldier, chapel, and columbarium in accordance with the task of competition. And the next competition is also a memorial complex of soldiers, defenders, in Mykolaiv. This memorial is located near the city cemetery with the military burials. The winner of the competition is a young architect whose brother is currently fighting, and he is also an architect. Next competition is unique for Ukraine because the theme of the competition was municipal housing for the people awaiting rehabilitation. I think my colleague Mikhailo in next presentation maybe say more about this housing. The housing is located in the medical quarter of Lviv, in close proximity to the medical rehabilitation institution. This project is being implemented, and the first house has already been built and inhabited. Oh, this is currently photo. The next competition is about urban space. This is a renovation of Central Square in Chernivtsi, which will be transformed in a pedestrian zone with many functions for residents. This competition is also interesting for the use of participatory events in each stage of the competition. And another unique competition, it's an Orthodox temple complex in Lviv. This is perhaps the first architectural competition for a temple in Ukraine. The solution of the church according to traditional canons in a new architectural image. It was very interesting discussion with the clergy about the development of sacred architecture. And the last competition that I want to show differs from the previous one in that there is a private customer here. In the previous one, the customers were municipalities. This competition is large in scale. The design area, approximately 5 hectares, is located on the border of the park zone and the residential development. The task provided for the residential zone and public zone. This competition is also interesting that the participants had to provide a model. So it was very interesting practice for me, for architects, participants, because in Ukraine, modeling in architectural design competition, maybe it was a first case. In conclusion, I would like to add that architect design competition practice in Ukraine is developing more and more every year, which is a result increase quality of architecture, the environment and society. The level of organizers and competition projects is increasing. We are studying the best Europe practice of holding competitions and trying to implement them in our Ruta, and that's all.
Thanks a lot, Marian. Round of applause to Marian. So yeah, talking about the optimism and not stopping the life, this is like a real proof that Ukraine doesn't stop living and planning for the future. Thanks a lot, Marianne, for your presentation. And now we are moving to the session number 3 with a very specific topic and dear to my heart, which is holistic renovation of modernism housing in Ukraine. So we will have 2 presentations done by participants of our work group online. The Ukrainian architects will talk more on the demands and the current situation on housing and Soviet housing in Ukraine, and then we will have some solutions proposed by our project, and that will be done on this stage. So the first presentation, Assessing Value and Damage to the Cultural Heritage and Technology in Ukraine, Current Situation and Perspectives, will be delivered online by architect Mikhailo Shevchenko, who is the officer at Lviv Chief Architect's Office in Ukraine. Hi, Mikhailo, and the floor and 10 minutes are yours.
Hello, thank you very much, and thank you very much for having me. I'm really pleased to join the event, and unfortunately, I have no possibility to join you in person. So my presentation is about current situation, and it will focus on some problems, some challenges which we have, and generally about what we have now, what we have done for past years, and how we could manage to handle this problem in the future. I would like to begin with the main problem which we have for now, if we're talking about housing, is the forced displacement. For now, we have data about more than 4.5 million displacement people in Ukraine, and that's a problem which we're working with since 2022, and now we see that our approaches, our problems changed. If in 2022, main problem was short-term decisions to house people, to provide them with proper places to live, places to spend time. But now we see that we need to change a bit our point of view on it, and to think about some more long-term decisions. And being now in 5th year of war, we are thinking about how to make it properly and how we could handle it now. Next problem, which is connected with the previous slide, is affordability of housing. So first of all, we have uneven distribution of people in country. The problem remains the same since 2022, but of course it changed a bit. So we don't have such big number of people, for example, in the western part of Ukraine, but still people moved in more safe places, in more safe cities in the western part of the country. So we have quite empty cities in the east and south parts of Ukraine, but we have really big demand on housing on western Ukraine. For example, in Lviv, where I'm living now, it was a huge problem in 2022, and it's still a problem. Of course, it's changed a bit, but we haven't resolved it at all. And it leads us to the problem of actually possibility of rent, because majority of displaced people, they have to actually rent apartments, as we don't have enough social housing, we don't have good design system for people to find a place to live in, not for a long period, but for example for a few years. And also we don't have this proper system of rent housing. So 59% of IDPs, they have to rent apartments. But if we take a look at these statistics about income and the percentage of your income which you spend on renting, we can see that IDPs have a lower level of income. And that's lead us to the situation when people spend more than half of their income on their apartments, on rent, and in some cases it could be even 80%. What we're working with for now, unfortunately, we don't have updated data, but for 2023, we had this statistic that we have a demand on 500,000 places to live, like houses or apartments. And we have here two different situations. On one hand, we have people who already returned to their to the cities where they lived before 2022, and there is a lack of housing or a lack of some another infrastructure. And another problem is a lack of housing in cities where people actually moved from their homes. If we sum up, we will have this number of 500,000. And also, it's different for different regions. Even it's not the same even in South or East. It depends on a lot of different characteristics of the city, a lot of conditions for people to move to some cities or from them. And of course, it changes a lot with time. So that's why we need really fresh statistics on it to be sure that we are working with the right in right directions, because situation can change like twice a year or even more often. And if we're talking about affordable housing and possibilities to find an apartment in another city, it's really important to take a look at housing situation in the housing market, and to understand how affordable housing is. And if we take a look at all amount of apartments in Ukraine, we can see that 73% of population lives in Soviet housing, modernist era housing from the 60s to 80s, and also it's most affordable type of housing. So that's the reason why they are so, of course, they're widespread, and that's why we have so many people living there. And on the one hand, we could know exactly what we work with. We know these places very well, but on the other hand, we have a lot of problems and a lot of challenges because of specific qualities of this housing. For example, we know that the big number of this housing is outdated. When we say outdated, we mean that we consider buildings outdated if you know that 40% or more of elements of building or engineering are outdated or need to be repaired. And we have the statistics about 30,000 of houses which has to be renovated, which are outdated. And most of them, of course, are Soviet-era modernist housing buildings. Another challenge is, of course, damage caused by war. And that's one of the biggest challenges for us, and not only in the context of work with modernist housing, but generally in housing and also in reconstruction of the cities. So we know that we have more than 230,000 damaged buildings, damaged or destroyed buildings, and possibility to rebuild them quickly is quite impossible in most of the cases, and also it's impossible to talk here about some holistic approach if we need to rebuild it quickly, unfortunately. Yeah, we also have statistics on destructions in different regions, and it depends on location and of course on status of the city. And having such big amount of destroyed buildings, we know that a huge part of it is housing, and some part of it is apartment buildings, and we know that there are 770,000 people that fled, that don't have a place to come back. And what about solutions to this problem? As I said before, approach changed a lot from 22 to 25, 2022 to 2025, because we solved some problems quickly in the beginning of the full-scale invasion. And it took us some time to think about how to deal with it further, how to change it, and how to find another ways to provide people with affordable housing. And some projects which happened, some programs which launched in Ukraine could show good results. Unfortunately, they aren't as widespread as we wanted, because it depends on a lot of things, like, for example, who own the building, who maintain it, and it depends also on local authorities. And it's not that easy, because in Ukraine most of housing are private, so it's difficult to work with any type of social housing in this type of ownership. Restoration of buildings started, but it's not really fast. So for now, we know only about 34,000 of finished reconstruction projects, knowing that there are more than 250,000 of destroyed or damaged buildings. And talking about examples of reconstructions, we have some initiatives, for example, like Initiative Kokhate, which started its work in 2022. And the aim of this program was to find some buildings which aren't used and rebuild them into housing, into collective housing, which would be affordable for people. And they're working with it since then. Of course, they don't have really big scale as they work. But that's a great example of how we could make it really simply with minimal amount of money for works, and with quite simple tips to how to deal with it. Also, we have some projects mostly in small cities, and mostly it's about collective housing, which haven't changed its function. So it's more about modernization of it, reconstruction, and that's great examples of how it could work, and how also bring it to smaller cities, and to avoid the concentration of people only in big cities. That's mostly 3 to 5 stories buildings, as they are like collective houses from Soviet era, for example, collective housing for workers of some plants, etc., etc. Good examples here is that it's more complex than other projects. It's more complex because here we have modernization of insulation, of engineering system, etc. So it could be a good example of how to make this process properly. And what happened in Lviv, as Marian said, we have some projects which are already finished or in work, and a big number of projects in Lviv are medical infrastructure. So talking about housing, it could be housing, for example, for people who are on rehabilitation programs in some of hospitals in Lviv. So it could be housing for them, it could be housing for their families, but still it's not it's not that social housing which we could think about. It's more about permanently, more about not permanent living, living for a short period of time while you are on this rehabilitation program. And this object on photo is social homes, social housing, which opened its doors a month ago, if I'm not mistaken. So that's a complex of 8 housing buildings, which were built in a year. As only 2 of them are launched, 6 next are on building stage. But of course, we are talking here about new construction, so that's not about reconstruction. So that's it for the examples. And to sum up, I would say that the biggest challenges which we have now are not existing mechanism to actually provide cities, provide citizens with tools of how to remake these buildings, and also this like sequence of actions to make it possible, and blurred boundaries on maintenance and ownership. And I think Alexander will explain more on it in his presentation. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Mikhailo. So there were different challenges named. I can add one more, which is property rights. So as in Lithuania and in many post-Soviet countries, these apartments have their own owners. So imagine how difficult it is when you are talking about some plans of renovation and you have like 100 owners with their own opinion. So the hands of, for example, local authorities or any administrator are tight a little bit. So, but let's listen to another presentation that would probably come with some solutions. The name of the presentation is Replying to the Housing Challenges, Housing Policies in Ukraine. And this presentation will be delivered also online by an urban planner, Oleksandr Anisimov, who is the fellow at Aalto University in Finland. Also, he works for NGO New Housing Policy, Ukrainian NGO, and also contributes to the work of Kharkiv School of Architecture. So, Oleksandr, the screen, the mic, the time is yours. Go ahead.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay. So do you see my screen?
We do.
Okay. Okay, so thank you for having me here. I am also sorry as Mikhailo not being together with you, but let's say I wasn't able to conjure a presentation that would say that I have some sort of a solution right now, but I would maybe give a more detailed understanding of how to build on some of the specifics of the challenges we have. And basically trying to kind of tangle down 4 different aspects of the complexity that we need to engage with is that, in a sense, issues that were already there before the war, they were exacerbated by the war, not that we only have, wartime challenges and displacement and so on. So basically, these 4 components create a sort of vicious circle, which starts with the poorly engaged reform in 1990s, which fractured ownership and led to unclear responsibilities for maintenance, which in order led to the lack of private and state and municipal funds. In a sense that this renovation or non-renovation backlog created and continues to undermine ability to fund renovation, because the state invests heavily in subsidizing personal consumption of fossil fuels, because it needs to support vulnerable population in different areas with different conditions of housing, but mainly in multi-apartment buildings, and there is a further need to get those deeper innovation because maintenance has not been well conducted, and the buildings are in a poor shape right now, which basically kind of also leads to the further lack of understanding of how to maintain buildings which are already half collapsing. So it's kind of not leading to any systemic solution, reinforcing this circle. But the thing would be that imagining we have a sort of government program for innovation, and it's the problem that it wouldn't work. So we have several, the major one being the Energy Efficiency Fund, which I will give a few examples of in a few slides. But basically the problem is that the financial system is leaky. So the government decided that we are not going to continue funding the Capital Repairs Fund, which was back then on the municipal level under the municipal management, housing management bodies, which led to lack of basically maintenance cost and increase of maintenance cost because, you know, the longer you don't repair the building, the more it costs to keep it alive. And basically this was the data that Mihailo said, that 40% of households were living in housing with no major repairs in 2019. So this backlog of hundreds of billions of euros is not really assessed. So this is a bit of numbers that we've came up just by multiplying the age of buildings and kind of a assessment, a very basic assessment that it would cost more than several billion euros at least to just basically renovate them with no deep modernization. But this system does not allow loans because I will say you in the next slide. When Ukraine designed the ownership of multi-apartment buildings, we set up a system that is self-defeating in a way. So first, people privatized apartments, but not buildings. So buildings themselves remained in municipal ownership, meaning no one's ownership. So municipalities were kind of left with this housing stock, with the apartments inside being privatized. First opportunity that the state came up with was to make people co-owners, but co-owners without shares. And this was just an opportunity, so people could make themselves co-owners and then establish a legal entity. But then after 15 years of this reform not making much progress, it was decided that all multi-apartment buildings will be set up in this format. So all of people who own apartments basically own, let's say, a flat with no other, let's say, share in the building. They're co-owners with no shares. This is a particular specific ownership system that we designed and which is hurting ourselves. And by today, we have about 20% of buildings with home ownership associations, which are the institutions that at least basically allow to fund some kind of repairs, to keep track of money, keep track of, you know, how building is functioning, to enable, let's say, some sort of interface between investment and the building. But other 80% are in a way kind of floating without real management system. And the thing that would kind of disallow or kind of prevent us from getting anywhere with the idea of giving loans or funding the system is that we are missing land under the building. So there is no land plot under most of the multi-apartment buildings. And the reason for that is that the state has never decided on its policy towards land under multi-apartment buildings. And also under current regulation, to get the land, you need to request it. And without a home ownership association in the building, there is nobody to request it. So most of the buildings, as you see on the cadastre map, are kind of sitting on this undivided, unsurveyed land mass that originally belongs to a municipality, but in practice is by some judicial reviews is kind of claimed to be owned by homeowners. Anyway, this legally challenging situation also kind of blocks any particular approach to renovating housing estates. And the current renovation is basically just a building renovation, and it's also a very much renovation that is based on heavy subsidies, on very deep subsidies. So there is not much investment from homeowners themselves. But these renovations are usually non-comprehensive. So what we talk about is the kind of an insulation and basic renovation of the internal piping. And this, in a sense, kind of doesn't lead to a definitive solution, let's say a B-level energy class. It usually leads to somewhere between D and C, usually D, in a sense, kind of also preventing further upgrades because building is already insulated, it's already kind of invested in, and it's not modular, it's not, cannot be taken part by part, so it kind of blocks, part of the further innovation efforts that will be necessary anyway. And also this system basically covers only homeowners associations buildings, so buildings which have created those homeowners associations. And what we have, kind of the latest statistics I found, were that we had about 630 projects that were funded by this public program Energodim, so basically an energy efficiency fund program, which is the major one. So of course there are some other programs that have covered buildings, but this is the major one. I would say perhaps maybe twice this number are the buildings that went through some kind of serious renovation efforts, or at least medium level. And the compensation system, which we could discuss, well, has been tied to our, let's say, we have this modernist housing. How do we maybe use some of the funding that is available due to people losing homes in other regions, or maybe to reinvesting in the buildings that were damaged? In a sense, it is very much a lottery right now. So people whose homes were destroyed, not damaged. So with damaged buildings, it's a bit easier, but I will just tell you in a few slides why this is also a problem. So for the damaged building, it's basically a lottery. So there are hundreds of thousands of applications, and currently only 12,000 have been reviewed, and only 1,500 was kind of a year ago. I think now it's a little bit more, have been actually funded for new purchase. So this is just a fraction. This is kind of 1-2% of the need we have, and there is kind of a very complex solution. How could we use those money to reinvest them back in this dilapidated modernist houses? And why is that? Because the system how certificates for recovery work is that if people apply for that recovery certificates, they can only use them for new apartments. So they cannot basically use them to reinvest them in some kind of a renovation or cooperative or something. They have to get a completely new flat. It can be from the secondary market, but if they want to get some better flats than they had, they usually apply for a mortgage, and that only means primary market for real estate. And if you want to reinvest them back in the building where you lost your apartment, that's not usually possible because you can only get the certificate if your building is eligible for living. So if it's kind of safe and there is a main infrastructure, and usually there is not, because there are no public funds to kind of repair, let's say, a collapsed staircase or elevator shafts or kind of usual piping around it. So you cannot reinvest it back in the multi-apartment buildings, and you cannot even collaborate with your fellow homeowners in your association to rebuild. So this is usually reliant on municipal funds in Kharkiv. So we've seen kind of horrible quality renovations in Kharkiv. They invested municipal money, so people are living there. They're not eligible for certificates, but the building renovation is just the worst of one you can imagine. There is also donor funding or kind of private support for Lviv or Irpin, but majority of these things are happening via state, by agency of recovery. So these are the projects that we are talking about when the state comes in. So it kind of uses the cheapest, the lamest options that it has, because it has a very simple agenda of kind of getting back the building going. And they don't usually use that kind of a project documentation. They usually just go for repair works, which of course lowers the quality of the project and doesn't go through state expertise, often leading to this kind of a substandard recovery results, let's say. And these recovery results are being promoted and posted by the Agency of Restoration as some kind of success cases, which to my opinion are not. especially since they usually don't involve any kind of neighborhood development or any kind of greenery increase or anything. And the last component of my kind of short intervention here is that if we were talking about, let's say, a separate way of somehow investing back towards redeveloping, modernist districts or in general other forms of investment, social housing basically it's in new infancy. So we forgot how to build social housing in Ukraine. And there is no regulatory system that would allow basically for this social housing to be effectively invested in and be sustained for many years. But this is not kind of a part of this talk, just for you to have some sort of a short overview of what we have for social housing. So summarizing it together, we can see that while the old housing stock was in critical condition before the war, we have not found a solution how to reimagine these property relations towards setting up a certain type of, let's say, effective, sustainable model that could bring us to a new level after the war, during the war, or that would be an instrument to use the recovery funds for the buildings to actually, get a new life, or the neighborhood to be redeveloped. And the rate of renovation itself was minuscule before the war, so we were not getting towards any kind of, Fit for 55 goals near them. And the comprehensive renovation as an idea or as a concept, so that we should not just plaster buildings with some polypolystyrene and paint it, was absent in the minds of politicians and engineers and also kind of funding institutions. While still we are not seeing how recovery policies can consider this obsolete housing stock, or in our case specifically maybe modernist housing buildings. So how can we use the existing housing stock to find a solution to the housing crisis and also enhance the quality of life that is already there? I haven't seen these debates happening really. And however, just as I started with this poor homeownership management model, is kind of not extendable beyond the homeowner associations. So we also need to find a solution about how will we invest in these buildings in the future, unless everybody gets up and creates their own homeownership association, which hasn't been happening. So different solutions are needed. And this is basically our kind of a call for the need to develop a sustainable and relevant system for district renovation, using kind of thinking broadly about the land relations, about the property relations, and about management of these buildings, which can be conjured together to create added value on different levels, because all of these projects that use just a building by building solutions are not creating high quality environment and are not welcoming back people who left Ukraine or who lost their home elsewhere. So thank you, and looking forward to discussion.
Thank you, Alexander. And these are exactly the challenges that we are trying to solve in our working group. And I can see some participants in the audience nodding, so I guess that you want to say that we have the same challenges in Lithuania, and probably not only. So let's listen to the next presentation that would probably give some insights to the possible answers. And here we have the head of the working group, urban planner from Lithuania, Martynas Marozas, and he will just shortly review what we were doing during those 2 years, because the aim of this working group just was to write the recommendations of holistic renovation of modernist housing in Ukraine. So Martynas, the mic, the pointer, the screen. Off you go.
And off we go. Thank you, Ruta. Thank you, Mikhailo and Alexander, for such a great insight. I'm also going to confess I'm not going to have, let's say, solutions, and I think it's not really the point to answer all the questions at the same time. It's really, I think, to have a little bit clearer direction where we're going, or some kind of a vector that we need to follow in order to ensure a little bit more sustainable future and a little bit more organized or equitable or fair, let's say, development. Once we're talking about mass housing, so the main challenge is that most of that is built after Second World War has a kind of huge potential, but the problems that Alexander just mentioned are also kind of very familiar in Lithuania, also in the Baltics, that we somehow slap on a little bit of this polystyrene, and then we kind of paint it peach because everything is gray, and then we want to make it a little bit colorful, but then in the end we turn it into some kind of a little bit bizarre kind of collection of the Sadolin palette. And then, I mean, and one way or another, there are some good things that happened. I mean, what modern houses managed to do is basically to save the world for this kind of humanitarian crisis. However, also the modernists were wrong in many ways in terms of separation of living and working, in terms of separation car traffic from car traffic and neglecting the street, neglecting the local, let's say, modes of production and economy on the ground floors that are familiar in the cities. And then so now we're talking about the transformation also kind of having a much better, let's say, urban quality. And then once we're talking about what is the objective of the Euroherit, so basically it's a kind of competence building project. And then the fundamental problem with building those competences is that in the 21st century it's not really evolves around one particular skill. And then kind of there's no individual can actually be competent just in one subject. So a real competence evolves about knowing a little bit of everything and knowing the relationships, knowing kind of this kind of intricate let's say, features that define these networks and then these kind of forces at play. And then I think that each individual must contribute to overall discourse in a specific field to ensure its kind of long-term sustainability. And then what is holistic? So holistic, you could say that, yeah, we have to talk about everything, but then talking about everything is kind of also talking about nothing at the same time. So we basically defined very clearly, which is kind of this DGNB, almost like sustainability methodology, adjusted a little bit, and then we're talking about some qualitative criteria and then some kind of impacts. So basically the methodology that we formulated and then or the recommendations that we're willing to want to formulate, they will revolve about the spatial quality, about the social impact that we can create, about the process quality, which is kind of usually neglected, about the economic impact, about technical quality, which we architects kind of understand very well, and then environmental impact of the things that we do. And then we published the report about the existing situation so that we, let's say, would be working on a data that is, let's say, relevant, and then so that we understand the seriousness, let's say, of the situation clearly. However, the situation changes every day, and so the situation is not getting better. The, say, problems with housing are also not getting better, and then the prospects don't really look that kind of promising, unfortunately. And then recently we also published a draft, a second report, where we tried to actually also add another dimension, which was related also to a heritage value of this socialist housing. And then we asked some heritage specialists, let's say, to formulate together a set of criteria with us of how can we evaluate this modernist housing through a heritage perspective. And then we started talking about let's say, historical value, social value, urban value, aesthetic. And then I think the fundamental problem with the modernist housing is that if you would try to list all the features, let's say once you're talking about historical value, there are some negative aspects and there are some positive aspects. Once we're talking about, let's say, socialist housing or Soviet housing, there are actually quite a lot of negative aspects. That's why we have this kind of complicated discourse in the media, where from time to time we hear politicians that maybe it is better to demolish it and start over, and then it's kind of a lost cause. And yeah, right. I mean, if you kind of have a housing crisis, let's demolish some residential buildings and let's solve the problem. I mean, doesn't sound like a solution, does it? So basically what we identified as positive aspects, well, maybe the master planning and then the scale of that is impressive. And at no time in history humans have tried to actually make kind of that amount of progress in that short amount of time. So that is admirable. Then this kind of thinking about, let's say, the hygiene, the level of services, the education facilities, and so on. That is all admirable. How also we have a lot of these kind of red post-its that people tend to perceive as negative. So without ignoring anything, we basically kind of try to really get into this kind of debates that are happening in our, let's say, expert group. And then so you kind of see a renovation sometimes is like from bad to worse, you know. Then like people also kind of tend to jump to conclusions that everyone would gladly cut all the trees and create parking, you know. Everyone is kind of, once you're talking about communities, then you're also kind of saying that they're kind of poorly organized. I mean, we all know that, and we all know the issues that are happening. And I think the overall debate and then the previous two presentations kind of show that let's don't be naive, because it's a super complicated issue to be solved with resources that we don't have, by the people that are not trained enough, and then and then through the time frame, like that looks like 3 or 4 generations, you know. And then, but we want to do it kind of as soon as possible, and that is a little bit overwhelming. And then that's why we think that maybe, I mean, kind of it's a little bit naive also on our side to think that a set of recommendations could help to speed up processes. But I think that recommendations is good, let's say, not to step on the same, let's say, pitfalls that we did already, like in Lithuania. I think that like just not repeating the mistakes that we did, let's say, as a country, is kind of, I think, the best advice that we could give. And then that Ukraine, through their reconstruction efforts, could actually leapfrog and then jump over certain, let's say, pitfalls and then avoid doing that. Current reality is that there's a lot of kind of, the war is still going on, and then we try to define context for these recommendations, and then we kind of see that maybe there are some stable regions where you can think a little bit long term. There are some volatile regions where you have to talk more about resilience, and there are some unattractive regions where you basically have to talk about this kind of sheltering and then some humanitarian issues. And then we then try to think about, okay, so what strategies we could propose in those various contexts where you have, let's say, unattractive context in the short term. Well, unfortunately, we cannot really propose anything. If we're talking about volatile context in the short term, then it's kind of building up resilience, shelters, decentralization. Then in the midterm, it's kind of these acupunctural repairs, restoration, renovation, and in the long term, it's really about normalization of life in those regions. So it means like building economy back. And in the stable regions, it's about kind of dealing with the housing shortage that is related to displacement with IDPs. Then it is very difficult to move back people to their regions of origin after the war is finished. So we basically have to think about how these stable regions could grow further and then turn into this kind of resilient donor economies that could support the restoration of the entire country. So this is a heavily, let's say it's oversimplistic, let's say, approach. But I mean, the one thing that we could do is kind of try to kind of oversimplify and then try to tailor these recommendations at least per context. And then the idea was that maybe we could propose some kind of pilot projects and test them, whether it works or not. And then once, let's say, in unattractive regions for a long term, we could, as architects, propose some kind of dynamic post-war utopias of kind of resettlement of like thousands of people, and what could be the, let's say, these kind of mega projects that could bring the people back, let's say, to the regions that are now abandoned. And then in terms of like stable regions, how can this kind of regional strategies could look, how for instance, cities like Lviv turned into this, let's say, thriving regional centers that are very well integrated also into these Western markets and Western supply chains and so on. So, and then the idea was that all of these kind of recommendations, they're very specific, and then we try to also kind of categorize them. This kind of categorization is, it also needs a little work. And then the amount of recommendation also could be a little bit overwhelming, so we don't really want to contribute to this amount of suggestions of how to solve, let's say, the existing issues. So we thought that maybe it's a good idea to start, let's say, pilot projects, and then we cooperate together with KTU and Kharkiv School of Architecture, and we kind of encourage students to test out, to transform these recommendations so that they better fit the context. And then we make them more concrete, comprehensive. We make less of them. I mean, academically, we always strive to be kind of very complete. So we always have this kind of chapters, sub-chapters, divisions. But sometimes we have to be a little bit kind of talk simpler, you know? And then kind of, because it is really, really easy to get lost in this kind of restoration or transformation efforts. And then we really need to set really clear steps and really clear goals. So these recommendations, the simpler they are, the better they are. So because you have to, like in every project or kind of in every project management theory, you have to divide this gigantic task into small steps, you know. And then there's a saying like, how do you eat an elephant? Bite by bite, you know. You cut it in a million pieces and eat it slowly, you know. So we had these two pilots. We had an ambition to have 3 partners. However, it did not happen. And then now the 2 presentations afterwards are going to be from the representatives of architecture schools who are trying to kind of work with these recommendations and then give us feedback. And then our ambition is to get some feedback through pilot projects from students, to discuss it internally within the work group, and in November 2025 to come up with a finalized list of these recommendations and this final, let's say, report. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Martina. So let's see what will the universities do in this topic of holistic renovation of modernist housing in Ukraine. And I'm extremely grateful to the 2 architectural schools who responded positively. They said, okay, let's do that. Let's do it for the spring semester 2025. So now I will invite the professor from Kaunas University of Technology, architect Ruta Maria Slavinskaitė, who is chairing the group of the students who are working for the location in Zaporizhzhia. So Ruta will present the update.
Yes, yes, that is not mine. Yeah, so while that's happening, yes, thank you, that's that. Thank you, Ruta, thank you, colleagues that presented before me. Yeah, I think my presentation might sound a little naive after what we just heard, because what we're doing is that we have students that are trying to solve the issues raised by professionals in one semester. So, of course, that's it would be extremely naive of us to think that this is the result that can change the city. And I'm sorry to say that in front of the students that came here to listen to this presentation. But we do have this sandbox this semester to test the grounds, to test the recommendations that Martina's mentioned. And I think it's the feedback that's most valuable in this case. So that we can have results and adjust the work done by professionals. So I'll briefly present this semester. What we have is fourth-year architecture students that are doing urban planning for the second time. They're trying to produce a special or master plan for a town or a part of the city. And the project usually is divided into 3 phases. So we have research, strategy, and design. And to give you an idea of how it works, so we start the semester in February with research, analyzing different layers of the city. We move into strategy phase, trying to figure out what is the best way forward. So we're just about finishing this phase and moving into design, where students are gonna create intriguing, interesting proposals based on the research done by the whole semester. And it's gonna end with a portfolio and a booklet, and of course the ideas how to improve their recommendations. So, as briefly mentioned before, Jure Heret, Ruta and Martinas contacted us this last fall and invited us to participate in this interesting challenge to see how students could understand and use the guidelines prepared by the working group. And yeah, as Martinas mentioned in the presentation to the students, well, this is somewhat similar to the situation that Ukraine is gonna face. There are gonna be people working with topics that might have not yet done that before. So students are sort of the perfect test ground, a petri dish to do that. And yeah, one of the first things we had to do is to identify where would the project fall into the matrix of recommendations. And yeah, we were kindly introduced to the people that worked on the Zaporizhzhia City Vision. So Darina, who presented before, she's also originally from there. So it was very interesting to see the city vision, and given that we had some data and some background, we thought that, okay, this is the perfect place that we could use to follow the guidelines. And because of the city, which is in the front line,
we were able to understand that, okay, we're working with the unattractive region. There's a lot of tags happening. And of course, in this case, we're sort of in the speculative phase, which is quite okay, I would say, to work with students, as they still need to adapt their understanding. And I would say it is a lot more easier for them to think about the long-term perspective and the post-war utopia that we could build. So yeah, then we moved into discussion with Darina. We tried to understand what is the city vision, what are the key elements of the city, what is the city identity, and from that build the semester project. So we came up with 9 semester topics that the students divided amongst themselves. And yeah, they cover a lot of different things. So yeah, public infrastructure, transportation, social infrastructure, housing, safety and security, brownfields, economic potential development, and so on. So each student picked a topic and has that topic throughout the semester and sort of builds on upon it. So one of the first issues that we faced is that Zaporizhzhia, in comparison to Lithuanian cities, is huge. Is the several times the size of Vilnius. And yeah, I used one of the students' schemes in here to show that only part of Zaporizhzhia that we were trying to define as a research area is already the size of Vilnius. So as you can imagine, that is quite a challenge for students to understand. So yeah, we limited our scope just so that the students would be able to use their time effectively. And given that we are not close enough to the context that we could visit it and understand what's the territory like, we were lucky enough to have one of the students from Zaporizhzhia, and we used our time to have sort of a transit walk with him throughout the city using Google Maps. And it was quite interesting to see his understanding change a bit as well, because this was the first time he was looking at a city through an urban planning perspective. So yeah, we got quite interesting insights. He also shared that his grandpa was building one of these buildings back in the 1980s. So already a certain connection happening there. And yeah, the results of the research phase is that the students end up having created a hypothesis and a manifesto. So this is sort of the idea that they're trying to prove throughout the next phase, and also include the recommendations in trying to understand what are the best moves forward. In the strategy phase, students zoom into the research area and try to figure out what could be the best possible ways forward given their topic. So one of the more interesting ones was Dmitro's transportation strategy, quite clear and an interesting perspective of the territory. And moving forward, entering the design phase, I used an example from last year, as we're not there yet with this year's students, but the idea is to develop a zoomed-in proposal with specific design solutions based on the work throughout the semester. So the final results will be collected and presented at an exhibition after the Lviv Urban Forum. So not that far away from here and not too long, we will be able to see the work presented by students and yeah, talk about the specific design solutions that might be an inspiration to Ukrainian colleagues one day. So that's very briefly from me. Thank you for listening. If you have any specific questions to me, do connect and write me a message. Thank you all. And yeah, looking forward to the other presentations as well.
Thanks a lot, Ruta. And thanks, of course, to the students who agreed to take up this complicated task, and the best of luck to you for the end of the spring semester. But we have more students working for Ukraine on this topic, different location, different context. And well, this methodology and probably some ideas will be presented by the teacher at Kharkiv School of Architecture, Daria Ozhiganova, who will talk about what Kharkiv Architecture School students are doing during the spring semester.
Thank you, Ruta. Yeah, I'm very happy actually to hear from another Ruta presenting just now that she was afraid of being naive in their studio, because that was actually, we had actually the same feeling starting the work, because well, on the one hand, it was a challenge, and the studio has its own rules, and the studio is very much defined. In Kharkiv School of Architecture, each semester is very much defined, but on the other hand, we could not answer the challenge of testing the recommendations. So probably to start with, I would actually make a little glimpse into the studios in Kharkiv School of Architecture overall, because, well, it's an essential part of the curriculum overall. And each semester studio is, as I have already mentioned, defined, so topics are aligned with the program very much. So so the recommendations are tested by the students of the second year and in the spring semester. And in the spring semester of the second years, we do traditionally develop the design projects of the like multifamily housing for dwelling. And we have kind of a very strict learning outcomes to be faced by the program, by the studio, and they are very much related to an architectural project design scale. While their recommendations are not only about that, far more than an architectural design scale. So that was kind of a challenging thing for us, how to actually combine these two tasks and what to do with that. But I think that we somehow managed. We are still in the process, and I am very happy to actually share some preliminary results with you. We already ran through the midterm review 2 weeks ago, so we have we have 19 different projects in their in the stage of the active development. I won't be showing all of them, don't worry. Just an overall and general overview of what we have at the moment. But probably to start with, together with my colleague who was also presenting today, Alexander Anisimov, we spent a lot of hours actually discussing how we can put this all together. And a very helpful thing was an elective course that was led by Alexander in the autumn semester in Kharkiv School of Architecture. And this elective course was very much related to the theory of microdistrict and history of microdistricts overall. So that helped very much to actually create the framework for the further studio. And so in the end of the course, students created a report with a very detailed research and results and conclusions on the microdistrict that was later chosen as a site, the main site for the studio project in particular. So during that course, students analyzed the evolution of microdistricts in Ukraine overall, and also planning norms and community structures and housing structures, and also case studies of renovation in Ukraine and abroad. So as for the site that we have chosen, this is a micro-district in Lviv, in Frankivsky district. It was built around like 60s, 70s. In the 60s, 70s, and there we have, so it's on the one hand a contradictory thing, but it was very much researched and very deeply researched by our students. And we, together with Alexander, imagined like a situation, because again, that is a challenging thing. Our students are, on the one hand, were given this recommendation. On the other hand, we try to also somehow formulate the context for their design work, so that they will be feeling more free and, I don't know, to help them actually to design, to develop these designs. And so we imagined the situation that this neighborhood was selected for a pilot renovation program. Which would be funded by the European Investment Bank, and again, like a lot of very important details that were created actually by Alexander. And that renovation program would include several different actions, like energy upgrades and also accessibility improvements and also roof and system replacements, and also like the main thing probably in that imaginable context was like a section-by-section reconstruction. So that is one thing. Another thing, again, like that we have recommendations, and Lviv is in this stable scenario, and we were mostly working within this scenario with midterm and long-term scenarios, trying to address both of them, because, well, within this imaginary context that we've created, this program, like renovation program, also will need, so when the reconstruction will be happening section by section, these people who are living in a particular section should be moved somewhere. So we will be designing 2 dwelling projects inside the micro-district that will be able to actually have all these people who will be living in one of the section. And then after the renovation is completed, that can become, for example, municipality rental housing. And also important thing is that not only we are trying to solve this problem, but also to somehow face all the other challenges that are in the micro-district, and also add some additional value to all the processes that are already there. So as I have already mentioned, this is the micro-district, and we have chosen 2 like sites for the construction, like imaginary construction, and they are, so these sites were also chosen because of the regulatory aspects and norms, and well, basically it is doable. So on that site, it is doable to have some new construction in terms of insulation regulation and all the other like building structure regulations. So again, like students were to design 2 residential buildings on these 2 plots, and so for the people that are living in the micro-district and will be temporarily relocated. In the future, that will become municipal rental housing. And another important thing is that the ground floor is about community functions, so this added value that are to bring in with our projects. And very quickly to walk you through the phases, so our semester is of 16 weeks, we are now at the week 10, and students are, well, they're actually not developing facade concepts at the moment, but we already had midterm reviews, and we already had some first spatial concepts and researches, and also maybe one important thing is that we held a workshop, and here you can also see some preliminary results with some spatial studies and functional studies for different sites, for different contexts. So we had a workshop within the studio, and workshop was to actually define the mission of the project for different sites, and also define this added value for the ground floors that will be bring into the micro-district. So students were addressing different topics and different questions like target groups and also types of services that are needed, that are existing in the micro-district at the moment and will be also needed in future. And then also some like space and operational needs and also maybe some economic models and like overall interface design and so on and so forth. So within this workshop, students developed the programs of the overall site, like both sites and the building in particular. And we have both very speculative added functions on the one hand, but also on the other hand, very realistic functions. Like for example, we have like an informational office for the renovation program, which for sure will be needed if such a renovation program will come to life. But also like libraries, cultural centers, maker spaces, I don't know, sports areas, and so on and so forth, combined in a very different and specific ways inside the building, and also researching the relationship between this added functions and housing and what they can, how they can benefit from one another. Or, for example, we have one project with a theater, on the first floor. So the results will be shown a little bit later. This is another example from another students, and again, like another site within this project. So each building should actually have the number of flats and of apartments to be placed in one building is exactly the same that we have in one section, in one existing section, so that this renovation program is doable. To conclude this all, the studios are still in progress, so we will be having our exam results, like final results, in the end of May, and they will be also presented in the exhibition in June. So you are very much invited, and we will be sharing the progress there, and also maybe some of our reflection on the recommendation that we are now testing. Thank you so much, and we'll be happy to answer any questions if there will be any.
Yeah. There's one question from the audience.
Але я буду говорити українською. Дар'я, ви її перекладете. Для того, щоб зрозуміти якість наданих вам рекомендацій, я хочу вияснити один із аспектів, які формують реально те середовище, яке ми хочемо створити на базі реновованого кварталу забудови радянського модернізму. Ми будемо говорити про садочки.
Soviet modernism. I want to talk about kindergarten.
Про садочки задам питання. Це я роблю
I want
вступну
to ask
частину,
a question
щоб
about
зрозуміти результати.
kindergarten. I just make the introduction part now.
Ви досліджували квартал.
You were doing the research of the quarter neighborhood, and there is some this. And now I want to talk about kindergarten. You have two colors, blue and orange. You also been doing research of the property ownership, land ownership. So I have a question. For example, all kindergartens are owners of these buildings. Are there enough place? Are there enough kindergartens in those neighborhoods? I want to ask a question about that.
I will help. Alexander Balachizhevsky wants to ask Daria about her presentation because he saw some interesting for him objects as the kindergartens, and some of them were marked different colors, and the question is why? And що ви ще хотіли запитати? Did you have that investigation about the functions of the kindergartens? Are they all using as the educational objects or other functions? Надлишкові? Or there some extra spaces there which are using non for the kindergartens? And the other question is about the territory where the kindergartens are located. Is that territory belongs to, is projected for the kindergartens or not?
Я скажу, чому я це кажу. У нас в сучасному містобудуванні або просторовому плануванні модель функціонального використання території зображається, що на кожну земельну ділянку даються отакі самі індикатори, ну, або, скажімо, такі самі позначення, які передбачають або основний вид використання як садочок, або супутні. Ну, наприклад, це може бути вечірні позашкільне заняття, може бути щось.
Не спішіть, щоб я переклала. Alexander Falvich explaining why he's asking, because he knows that in Ukrainian urban planning there is marks for the kindergartens and the objects which is could be marked as the educational system object or other functions.
Daria, please take the microphone. Please answer the question, but
Thank
I will suggest that you continue the discussion later because it's,
definitely.
But please answer. Yeah.
Like a very short answer. The research was conducted within the elective course in the autumn semester. That was led by Alexander Anisimov. Unfortunately, I do not know all the peculiarities and details of the micro-district that was researched, but as for the kindergartens, yes, they are used as kindergartens. And also, as far as I know from that research, all the, like this kids and educational infrastructure inside the micro-district is used exactly as so. As for the owning rights, I need to check, but again, like during the dinner, I will be happy to discuss it with you.
Thanks a lot, Alexander. I have to cut the discussion because we are over the time. I will invite you to continue during the coffee break, the discussion. And then, well, we are over time a little bit. We come back here at 3:30 to continue. So thanks again to the ones who are watching us online. Let's come back in 20 minutes here. And also, I invite you all to the coffee break. Welcome back to the last session of today's conference, which will be about education. Education of architecture students and also education of professionals. So we will start with the students, and we will have a presentation by our partner organization of the consortium, Kharkiv School of Architecture, which are doing two initiatives on the project You Reherit. So that would be a presentation of a course on critical reconstruction of cultural heritage in Ukraine, 2nd edition, and Atlas of Modernism. So I invite two professors, organizers at Kharkiv School of Architecture, Irina Matsevko and Daria Ozheganova. So the mic is here, the pointer is here.
Thank you, Ruta. So we will present our progress in developing our courses in turn. So we, as a part of this project, we developed two courses on heritage with maybe different focus and a bit different methodology, but they are complementary in their third semester of the BA program. So the first is critical reconstruction. Course. So the need for the course arises from the both global and local shift in heritage discourse. International heritage is increasingly seen not just remnants of past, but as a resource for sustainable urban development and aimed to global urban crisis. Locally, the war in Ukraine has highlighted heritage as a crucial component of national identity and post-war recovery, and calling for new professional approaches for working with conflict-damaged heritage. Building on these challenges, we designed the course to equip a new generation of experts with the knowledge necessary to address both global and local issues in heritage integrated conservation and reconstruction. We also considered considered the reality of the Ukrainian architectural professional field, where bachelor's graduates often enter their practice immediately after their graduation, and not all continue to study at a MA program where heritage is an integrated part of the curriculum. Therefore, it is essential to provide the underground student with the knowledge and competence required to work with heritage. This presents both the challenge and also the opportunity, allowing us to establish heritage as a component of the underground curriculum. Adopting the course for the underground level present a challenge. Present a challenge, and to address this, we recognize the need to establish connection between parallel courses and structure the semester curriculum as an integrated system. So some general information of the course structured in the format of 15 classes with total time budgets, 3 credits and 30 contact hours. We had an opportunity to pilot the course during the spring semester 2020-24, and we already presented the concept of this course last year at the conference. So the course was divided into four thematic blocks: the conceptualization of heritage, reconstruction and recovery, heritage management as a tool for the efficient integrated conservation, and a series of seminars focusing on the case study of reconstruction and adaptive reuse. When evaluating the pilot, we considered not only students' understanding of theoretical materials assessed through examination, but also their ability to apply the concepts in their studio projects on adaptive reuse of industrial heritage. So the assessment focused on how well students integrate theoretical knowledge into the design proposal, formulating reuse concept, justifying intervention, and developing effective design solutions. So this analysis also helped identify area for further development of the course, which new topic should be introduced, which aspect of pilot courses, pilot curriculum require expansion or reinforcement, and how to better equip students with the necessity, skills, and competences for reconstruction and adaptive reuse. So we restructure the course not quite a lot, but we restructured a course after our evaluation and our discussion with the students and evaluating the project of adaptive reuse. And the first key insight from our pilot was the necessity of strengthening the connection between the semester core theoretical course, both heritage-based and technical, so that they complement each other. So this interdisciplinary approach not only enhance knowledge retention, but also facilitates student understanding of theoretical concept by integrating them into their practical work. One of the key enhancements in this year course was a stronger emphasis on how contemporary heritage discourses influence architectural decision-making, and how the principles and strategies of designing with heritage can be conceptualized to establish a shared framework for describing, defining, and evaluating intervention in built heritage. These competences were enabled and embedded within the topic of heritage-based design, which we introduce as both a methodological approach and a tool for using heritage as a resource for recovery and sustainable development. Additionally, we placed a greater focus on heritage values, which strengthen students' ability to conceptualize their adaptive reuse projects. This, in turn, helped them develop well-founded arguments for their choice of function and their connection to sustainability, not just in terms of the project itself, but also in how it influenced the evolving dynamic of its surrounding environment. Ultimately, these considerations directly translated into more informed and strategic design decision. So the second focus we extended on was heritage in recovery with built planning, urban planning. Specifically the discourse surrounding post-war reconstruction plans and how they intersect with contemporary heritage discourses. So the results and effectiveness of these changes implemented in the second edition of the course can be fully assessed only after its completion in this semester. However, the course has been designed with flexibility and adaptivity in mind, allowing for adjustment in alignment with the broader curriculum of bachelor programs set by different architectural schools in Ukraine. So, and the flexibility aims to ensure the course meets the specific needs of architectural bachelor program in Ukraine, while also providing solid foundation of knowledge for students to continue exploring critical reconstruction and heritage issue at the master level.
And I will be talking about the second course that is developed by Kharkiv School of Architecture within the framework of URI Herit. So this second course is called An Atlas of Modernism, and maybe also it is important to mention that overall the spring semester of the third year is in Kharkiv School of Architecture is a kind of integrated semester which is entirely focused on the topics of heritage and preservation and reconstruction. So basically all the types of different works and approaches that we can use working with heritage. So the semester combines both theoretical and like practical classes and courses. The mandatory course, the studio itself, for example, is also focused on reconstruction. Then the course on critical reconstruction is aimed to also kind of nurture the theoretical aspects of working with heritage and help students to develop their projects. And at the same time, it is students are taught to work with heritage in the technical aspects of the working with heritage. And the Atlas of Modernism is an attempt to also introduce a research approaches when we are talking about heritage, and in particular about modernistic heritage. So the course Atlas of Modernism is integrated, as I have already mentioned, to the curriculum of the third-year students. And the course focuses three multidisciplinary components, topics. So the first one is a research into social and cultural contexts, and that is like a research of selected modernistic buildings. And this research is formalized in both a short text, kind of a passport for the building, and also a longer essay that describes different political, social, economical contexts that formed and influenced the form of the building when it was designed, and how it was also developed over time. And the second component is a research into the tectonics of the building, and here we do discover and research the structural nature of the building, and also the logic behind the materials, and also maybe the construction scheme that was chosen for the particular building. And we're also trying to understand why exactly was this materials or this construction scheme used, what political, economical, and social processes are standing behind these decisions. And also the third part is the graphical analysis, which is to synthesize both of the first and second components. So students are developing 3D model of the research building in order to, and then create like a 3D section that should show different peculiarities of the building on the one hand, but also different historical layers that are overlapping in this building. Again, like trying to understand and trying to explain why this overlapping even happened. Was it a political decision again, or it was something else that is to be discovered? So as the result of the course, students, as I have already mentioned, will conduct a comprehensive research essay. So that will help to trace the history of the building, its construction, its maybe later transformation. Then there's a concise descriptive text, which will be the shorter one, and that will be also placed in the poster. So this is kind of another deliverable that will be in the end of the course, and also an axonometric section, another deliverable that will be conducted within the course. So we do within the course use different formats, educational formats, within them lectures for sure, but not very many of them actually, because the course is more of a practical research course, and mostly we're working within seminars and consultations and discussions on different topics that are key topics for students in their researches, and also practical classes, again, individual and groups consultations, and students within these practical classes are receiving feedbacks from instructors and also developing their researches further. As for the assessment criteria, I can maybe highlight several. So first of all, we will assess the quality of work with sources, and this is again very important, how to work with historical sources, how we can read them, are they always objective? No. How we again can reflect on that, who was the author of this source and who was the addressee of this source, and how we again can use it in our research and interpretation of the history of the building. Another important criteria, the structure and clarity of the texts themselves. So it's another important thing that students are learning to do within the framework of the course, and then the accuracy and completeness of the graphical work itself, and overall coherence of the final presentation. So to look on the course structure, students are working simultaneously with 3 instructors. This is architectural historian, and also a structural engineer, and a specialist, a teacher on 3D modeling and software. So they are receiving consultations from all of these instructors in order to complete this complex and comprehensive research, multidisciplinary research. So the course is, so we are now on the stage actually of archival researches and also interpretations of data that was gained in archival researches. Students have already chose the objects of the research. These are modernistic buildings of different period, but mostly of the interwar period, of different scales. Students are working in groups in order to complete really comprehensive and complex research and address different issues of the building. And maybe about the learning outcomes also, just to mention that we are striving for this course to teach students to formulate historical narratives that go beyond fixed dates. So that is more about understanding history and reading history through buildings and through built environment. Also, another important thing is an interpretation of archival materials. This is another learning outcome that we are eager to deliver. Working with archival materials is also about contextualizing them critically. And again, another learning outcome would be the understanding of political, economical, ideological maybe conditions that shape the construction of this particular building of the research. And again, last but not least, to visualize all the research and the architectural evolution of every particular building in a graphical way. And again, to show all the overlapping of the historical layers. So thank you very much. We'll be happy to again discuss on the courses later on.
Thanks, Daria. Thank you, Irina. One very, very short question from myself. So your students are finalizing the course in the spring. Will you share any link with the audience that would be interested to see the results, not only to see the methodology, but to see really the outcomes? So just a request for the future. Thanks a lot. And now we are moving to the very essential part of EuroHerit project, which is continuous professional development courses, CPD courses that are organized and led by Swedish Architects Association and National Union of Architects of Ukraine. I'm very happy to present 2 very enthusiastic people representing Swedish Architects Association, Eugenia Bevs and also Per Mikael Salström, who is the father and the mother of CPD courses ideas.
Yeah, I would love to be the mother.
Eugenia and Per Mikael will present the idea, the structure of CPD courses, and I'm also very happy to say that today we are having 3 CPD participants who will share the outcome, what happened during the CPD courses, and to share their feedback, because CPD courses are almost over, so they can reflect at least a little bit. But first 20 minutes are yours.
Thank you, Ruta, and I will start. So we have the presentation here. Yes, just a little reflection based on this brilliant academic curriculum that we just saw, that the CPD, a major difference between a BA course and the CPD program is that this is practice-based learning. So it is within a practice that they are already a long experience in the profession, which means that it's a very different pedagogic situation than when you are in school. So next slide. Are we going to control that? Yes.
Do it yourself.
So we decided quite early on that we would not only address individuals in this course, because in practice you collaborate in interdisciplinary groups, and we think it is extremely important that architects learn these skills and develop this kind of integrated solution-oriented knowledge. So when we had the open call for this program, we already required that they would apply in teams. And that they would also, upon that, have a connection to a local community and hopefully even be employed or having some kind of letter of intent for collaborating on this project. And the third criteria would be that these were projects that they were doing anyway, to some extent. So because we were concerned that during the situation of war, they might end up in difficult situation, economical, so they couldn't complete the program. Because this is a very ambitious program compared to the rest we have seen. You can say that it's a minimum requirement of 300 hours of work to participate in this program, and it's split in 6 modules. But first of all, of course, great thanks to our sponsors for this program, which is, of course, mainly the European Union Euro-Herit program, but actually also Swedish Institute, the Swedish Agency for Culture, which funded it in 2 stages. So the idea of the program was based on a pre-study that we call the Future Images of Ukraine, that has also been published as a report together with NSO. And now we also got an add-on funding for this, what Tove Levonen presented in a previous session here about the participatory methodology. So we were very happy that we could add this, and they then also could sponsor the exhibition that you have seen outside in this gallery today. So great thanks to the Swedish Institute for that. So the principles that has guided this process with these 12 teams, this is an image when we met the first time in Stockholm. So unfortunately, the budget for this program was not enough to let all the 35 participants come to all the events, but we have tried to distribute the favors among all the 35 participants because each team was 3 people. So the teams would share within their teams. So the idea was that one representative would be on site to learn from the others, and then they would share in their teams. And then the others could, of course, also be part online in every event. So this was a very special kind of what is called hybrid learning in the modern parlance, because we see now this development with online courses, that the MOOCs we heard about, that exist as a general phenomenon. But different from MOOCs, we still emphasize the personal meeting on site, because we think this is extremely important to establish person-to-person relations. And once you have established that, you can also communicate more effectively online. But we have made a lot of experience about online, so we will share with you a few images of that from our process to just give you a more lively idea of this process. But I want to also bring my great thanks to National Union of Architects of Ukraine, who has been a great partner all the way from the pre-study 3 years ago until now. So we are very happy to have realized all these fantastic vision together with you. Yes, so I think that's about it. And now I will leave over to Eugenia Bevs to give you an insight into the more intricacies of this pedagogic model.
Thank you, Per Mikael. I will start with the open call that we have announced, and that we received more than 95 applications from teams in Ukraine. And jury selected 12 teams and 12 pilot projects. All CPT program consists of 6 modules and 3, and we will show how those modules. So now we are in the middle of module 5, and we'll have module 6 coming in Malmö. All 3 of the modules were actually hosted and organized by Union of Ukrainian Architects in Ukraine on place in different cities, and 3 is abroad organized by us. So this is the first module on sustainability, heritage, democracy that we have started with also Euro-Herit conference in Stockholm. almost 1 year ago, and there are some activities that...
Yes, I want to especially point out to this image from Ukraine at the time where two of the participants in one team are actually looking online at the event. So if you look carefully, what you see is actually Jenny Beff standing in the seminar room of Architect Sweden in Stockholm, but they are based in Kyiv. And then we were also very happy to have this collaboration with the local city architect of Stockholm, who received us with his fabulous team of planners, and they gave us a very full lecture of how the city works with sustainable development with heritage as a resource. So it was very valuable. But this is just the basic elements of all the modules. So for every module, we have these three aspects of the seminar, workshop, and study visits.
So the next one, Module 2, was regulation critical theory of heritage of modernism, and it took place actually in Ivano-Frankivsk, in a building that is an example of the traditional Ukrainian modernism. And this one is, I think it was had the most heated conversation actually on the regulation and framework in Ukraine regarding the heritage. Module 3 was in Vienna, and it was focused on architectural competitions as a tool to develop heritage, and we collaborated with the Chamber of Austrian Architects and Engineers. As a part of this event, as we mentioned, we also had site visits and workshops.
Yes, and I would also say that in this setting we actually developed the workshop format in a very good way and learned a lot about the pedagogic logic of this and how we could think about it, and splitting the team in different thematics and getting more focus in those solution producing conversations. And also we were very happy to be received at the Werkstätten und Kulturhaus and guided tour with the actual restoration architects from RAM, who had been working on these projects very recently. So it was a lot of very detailed technical exchange of knowledge about materialities and functions and social processes that were very fascinating for us.
I would like to also mention that this is the city architect of Mykolaiv, Evgen Polyakov, who has presented the project, and the idea was to have them to develop the international competition, and now they have actually announced that they will be making a competition. So that's something that is upcoming, and I think we'll hear about that from Katerina. So the next project is Module 4, and this was organizing and funding recovery project with Heritage. So it's heavily focused on funding, and it took place in Kyiv, in actually Architect's House. And I think this one was particularly interesting because we also had the real pilot project precedent and collaborated with UN Habitat Kyiv Lab, who have developed the strategic vision for this region in Drohobachi.
Yes, so that also connected our project to the strategic planning processes. For our participants, it's very important to learn more about the planning, how heritage actually is connected to the planning processes. But I also here want to mention how we developed the hybrid mode, because some of the participants were actually in the workshop were online. So our partner here, Levante Polyak and Jan Rydén, developed this interface with a canvas, which those who work in the universities are familiar with, but maybe not so many others. But there is actually a lot of tools now, pedagogic tools that you can use for online hybrid courses that we also explored in this case. So here they are working on the Drogobic Saltworks to develop ideas about how to organize and how to fund this kind of project.
Module 5 that we had actually workshop yesterday, and this is the photos not from the workshop but actually from events that we encouraged our participants to have on their buildings to activate and also to develop the program together. And Tove Livonen, who has guided actually our pilots through that process and encouraged them to have this event. So we have events in 4 of our pilot projects that we also hear a little bit more today about that. The last one, because we are. And the last model, it is a finalizing model of the CPD program, but also together with the exhibition that we are opening tonight, but also I think it's going to migrate to the Lithuanian Union of Architects, thanks to Ruta. And then we will also have a closing seminar and a workshop in Malmö, but also study visits where we will focus mostly on the materials and technologies, and we will have the whole workshop with the Royal School of Architecture in Köpenhamn.
And maybe if we have some time left over when all this has been, I also hope to guide the participants to see some constructivist architecture in my university town of Lund that I studied. We will see if we will have time for that, but it's very nearby. So lots of ambitions even in the last minute. And so just to summarize about the outreach of this project, so the logic that we try to develop here is, of course, to teach individuals, but also individuals that can be part of local networks, which means that you will see a sprawling effect from these projects. And we already see some of that logic, that you strengthen local communities and support of architecture in local communities, and that also inspires the environment of these communities and other people in these communities. So I think this is the most important logic of these projects. But of course, we also hope that this logic can step up their capacities to apply for funding and to better understand the funding system of the European Union and individual countries and aid agencies. So it very early became clear to us that we need to include a matchmaking process to connect these projects to different partners with whom they can apply for money, because it's very difficult for Ukrainians to directly apply for money. So even at the start in Stockholm, we had also a matchmaking event for the participants, and we introduced some architects from Europe and Sweden to try to promote that they would collaborate. Of course, we cannot force anybody to help, and it has been quite hard, to be honest, because in Sweden we had a very huge recession during the past 2 years. So actually the interest to support this project was not as big as I had hoped, but we still have managed to connect a few of the projects, and we're very much looking forward to see their applications now in a month, and hopefully we will have another set of applications in the autumn together with the Baltpart project. So now into the intricacies of this guidance, the roadmap so this is the most secret part of the program, because this was actually apart from teaching these general thematics of architecture and urban planning, as you all know them, we actually also try to introduce a project methodology, how to develop projects, the project logic, and to understand how you drive projects, not only very formally, administratively, but also as a motivation, as an inspiration, and how to motivate people around you. So this is sort of sharing my own experience of developing projects over the years. So now we are at this point, and there used to be a pointer here, but here we are now at the last stage, number 5, of budget and application. And we have gone through this. We started just with a general check of the status of their projects, and so see where the gaps were in their thinking. And then we have had actually peer-to-peer guidance meetings with all the 12 projects to give feedback about how we see these projects and what we see are the potentials or the shortcomings that they need to work on. And then they have been doing that by defining their background and persuasive argument for the project, and also very importantly that we actually require that they all do stakeholder involvement in some format. It could be a very simple one, just interviewing the mayor or something, but to give them a mandate to talk to important people in their environments. And they actually all did that, and we're very happy that we achieved this. And then that resulted in the work plan that we discussed in Kyiv, and now from the work plan you should be able to deduce the financial aspects of the projects. So yes, next. And what we also learned about, time is running out, so we have to be quick. So this is just all the aspects that all the projects are concerned with, and we discussed the pragmatic, how to fund all these things. Yes, and now to the projects, just a brief review, but you saw them also outside.
You saw the exhibition, and that we will also open today, a bit later. Now I'm just gonna give a quick overview of, so there are 2 projects per page. Here they are mostly grouped by the kind of thematic. So there are more architectural projects, and those are the proposals or work in progress. So Oksana will present a little bit more about this project. And then we have projects that work with the wood and with the preservation techniques. And they are in Drohobych and in Slavske. And also we work more with academic projects. For example, this is an example of, this is the university, Zaporizhzhia Polytechnica, where they have developed the program, the master program, and they have tested already program, so they will run it further. And then there are also high-level strategies that were developed in Kharkiv. Some pilot projects, they are like focused on guidance for urban regeneration. So we have an example from Chernivtsi, and also this is a project for regeneration of the historical block in Dnipro. A couple of projects are focusing on shifting a perception of the meaning, because some and working with the heritage and reinterpretation of the heritage, such as like a consequence of the colonialism. So this is the House of Officers of Mykolaiv that is changing its meaning through the events and also through the programming, and now they will have the competition. And in Kamyanka, they have rethought how can you use the spaces to create the different reading. And the last one, they are more like kind of landscape project for rehabilitation of the area. One in Kryvyi Rih, when they work with the quarries, creating more recreational value. And the other one is working in Slavyansk. Slavyansk was deoccupied. And this is a proposal for the monument on the cemetery that is going to create more like a park, but also tell the story of the Slavyansk through memories.
Thanks a lot, Per Mikhail and Eugenia. In fact, through the whole project, I feel real envy to the selected participants, because I think that the content that they get is invaluable. So I really wish for 300 more of CPD projects in the future. Let's keep up to the ambition of Ular Mark. So now the interesting part, let's see the pilot project. So we have 3 architects here, the initiators of the pilot projects. And the first presentation will be given by Oksana Horoshavina. She will present the pilot project on Katerinich Palace. You will speak in Ukrainian. So for the ones who don't understand Ukrainian, I recommend you to take the headsets and to switch on your app, because the presentation will be in Ukrainian. And Oksana, 10 minutes are yours.
Дякую, Ruta. Дякую.
Thank you, Ruta. I'm so happy to greet everybody of you. First of all, I want to thank Lithuania for supporting Ukraine in this horrible war. I'm so sorry. Yesterday it was very moving to see Ukrainian flags every apartment has this flag. Thank you so much. I'm so moved. And of course, I want to thank the whole consortium of all unions of architects for this whole program of EuroHeritage, because what you do is a powerful program with a lot of elements, with a lot of possibilities, which help reconstructing Ukraine and reconstruct heritage and objects of heritage. And I want to thank you personally for our father and mom, for Mikhail and Evgenia, and all the girls and boys that provide the possibility of our conference. I'm so grateful to everybody of you. Okay, I present our project, Estate of Katarynich in city Dubrovich.
Ой, Боже, вибачте. Ну, я
I'm so sorry.
Просто я в процесі. Чому не працює?
I don't know why it doesn't work. I don't know if I do something wrong. Okay.
До речі, я тут не одна.
First of all, I'm not here alone. I have support here with powerful support. Vice Mayor of Bobrovets, Yulia. I don't think this project would be realized without her.
Добрий день всі.
Greetings, everybody, dear community of architects. I just thought of words of our poetess, of Lina Kostenko. I've chosen my fate by myself. And no matter what happens, my fate is the fate that I chose myself. And I can say that I and Oksana, we also chose our fate. I and Oksana decided to work on this estate of Katarynich, and we were united in this project. First, we became like friends, but in turn, like our specialists, but now we engage more and more people. And now we work with 3 dimensions: city council, community, and experts. If I speak short about this building, this is an estate house, was built by Katarynich. Maybe it's not a palace, but I can tell estate. But in Google Map, it says like it's Katarynich Palace, so that's why we also refer to it as a palace. You can see this is historical, neo-romantic style building. Yesterday, the building of a Union of Architects of Lithuania reminded me with the same yellow bricks, the same type of patterns, very similar what we saw yesterday. One part is lost here, unfortunately, but this palace looks like this right now. When we started to work on this project, we've been working for a year. This project was engaging more and more collaborations, more and more initiatives. You can see by green color, this is our collaboration. This is collaboration with community, full support by the authority, from the mayor, from the Department of Culture, and we also NGO organization. Culture Underground also joined our initiative. But in green color, you can also see our restoration parts, architectural part. Dick Sarpikkenberg, one architect from Sweden, we started to work with him. A charitable foundation been involved, NGO, Ukraine Incognito. They also do the lightings of architectural monuments. So Katarynich Palace is a place for communities. Different community initiatives started to join us. For example, school people, they made a culture paper. The culture department of the city also do the events on this place of this palace. So even though we are the very first stage of restoration of work, community is very much engaged by now. Besides your heritage project, we also have other international contacts through other activism. We also found a hire, the person in line of this palace who've been living in this palace, and his descendants were living in this palace. He's from France now, so it was really nice. We also have Twin City, and they're also interested in our cultural exchange. So a little bit, what has been done already by now? We started some research work. We've done some measurements of this building. We researched the constructors of this building because, unfortunately, we could not find not a single project in archives about this palace. There was no drafts, nothing, original drafts. That's why we've been doing everything now. We had some old pictures and we reconstructed facades. You can see this long part. This part was added in 1953. An original building was built earlier, and this was more like a square building. So we put four facades as it looked like in original. So there was like a winter garden, like orangery. So we tried to reconstruct it from the pictures that were available. As I said, one part like terrace was lost, but actually it's good for us now because even though we have plans to reconstruct this part, but we will do it together with the ramp for people with disabilities. So that's good because it will be, this project will be more accessible and with participative approach. We also did research of the roof. This is number one on our priority list, to restore the roofing together with Dick Sandenberg, who will develop dome, because this is the most important part in focus, because it gives the image to the whole palace. You can see also this glass lamp. So we started to do some parts of work. We have done 3D visualization, the module, and we have a project idea to take off this part that was added in 53, and just keep the whole building as it has been authentical. But we're still discussing whether we should do this separation or not. It's just an idea right now. We are working also with a park that is around this palace, and we work with beautification of this park. Per Mikel and Pandik also gave advices that it's best to make the entrance through the park, through the beautiful pathway that is in the park. So of course, when we do this reconstruction work, project work, it takes a lot of time. We decided to restore three rooms inside of a palace in order to be ready to receive guests. And with the help of the community, we call it Toloki. It means when people come together to help out in beautification process. And Yula will tell a little bit more about how we involved community. So I started to work with Oksana, and it was a good authority and experts. And then we asked a question: does our community need this palace, need this work? What did we do? First, we did this public communication, public hearings, and tried to ask them, what does this palace mean to you? And we were so impressed that we understood that this palace is the cornerstone of this community. It should be a magnet for our community, and we have to work already.
And then we understood that we have to work in this direction already now today, because we are focusing on sustainable development. That's why we should start dealing with that already today. And first of all, let's speak about age categories, because we would like to engage very young residents of our town and also the elderly people. And Currently, we've got ongoing exhibitions. We started with Oksana Koroshavina, and Olena Olinik and Alexander Czyżewski have visited this exhibition. It was a pleasure for us that it was Oksana who actually staged this exhibition. The idea was generated by her. And then other exhibitions followed them. We even have got the fair exhibition, and all in all, we have had 4 exhibitions. Then we had some Christmas holidays for our young residents. We called it Let's Visit a Christmas Tree in the Katarinachi Palace. So every time we try to devise new measures and to invent new events, because that should be a magnet place both for our residents and for the researchers, and it could also be a place of entertainment, and every single resident would understand that we really need it. Yes, thank you, Julia. And the last thing I would like to show you is our plans, because while the works are being done, we decided to deal with the amenities in the surrounding area. We've got some developments. We will also have some information stands for this to keep going. And we intend to have a festival in the park. That would be the folklore of folk bands festival. And by the way, this is the heir of Mr. Katarinac, Alexander Levitsyn. We decided to write a book together with him about this family and about this palace. Thanks a lot, and thanks a lot, first of all, for the opportunities provided to us by EuroHeriot, because besides knowledge and expertise, it's also all about new contacts and getting to know European colleagues, our domestic colleagues, which would never have happened without this program. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for this inspiring story, and there are more stories coming up, because the next pilot project who is going to be presented is Mykolaiv House of Officers, and it will be presented by the initiator Katerina Khmelna.
Hello, everyone, and thank you. And I want to support my colleagues, and I want to present my materials on my native language, on Ukrainian.
So today I would like to present to you the House of Officers. Its official name is the Officers Gathering of the year 1920, and this is the monument of national importance. So today I would rather speak about the SPD EuroHeriot program and the results we have achieved within it, what work has been done. And first of all, well, let me show you the main site, and let me speak about the context of that place, because yesterday we spoke in detail about the participatory approach and the participatory events taking place in that place. But I would like to also stress that this facility is a phenomenon in the sense that it keeps attracting people, because its main function was to hold mass cultural events and other types of cultural activities. But since the war broke out, its function really changed. And we've got more volunteering there.
Але все одно люди, хоча функція змінилася, тематика заходів змінилася, все одно як приходять туди, так і приходили, так і приходять надалі. І тепер про результати нашої роботи. Такий дуже вагомий, насправді, етап, який у нас відбувся, це здійснення 3D-сканування. Це стало можливим завдяки нашій громадській організації, з якою ми заключили меморандум про взаєморозуміння українською. І ми з їх допомогою створили таку 3D-модель. І в ній є і екстер'єр, підземна частина, також
the interior and the exterior, and the outer part of it, the underground and the ground part.
з нашими теж колегами, це
Then we signed the memorandum memorandum of understanding with the Lviv Architectural Bureau,
французьким також. І
with
це було направлено на те,
French
щоб
Architectural
розробити
Bureau as well,
концептуальне
and this
рішення
was aimed
щодо
to
візії щодо цього об'єкту,
develop conceptual
тому що ми наразі
solutions
ще знаходимося в
regarding this
пошуку
facility, because at the moment
найкращого рішення для нього.
we are now
Розуміємо, які
looking for the
функції ми
best.
хочемо в ньому бачити. Ми проводили обговорення з місцевими жителями і
We understand what functions we want to see. We started discussion with the main actors and users of this object, but what type of look it should be was still an open question.
І насправді, якщо говорити про функцію, то
And if we talk about the function, about of this building, we want to leave to have all functions that exist right now and add some functions. At the moment, as I mentioned, there are cultural events taking place there, arts clubs and different interest clubs, but we also want to add a function of like representative office of water hub in Mykolaiv, because you know in Mykolaiv there has big problems with water supply because of Russian Federation damaged our main water supply chain, and that's why as a result of it there was a water hub, and we want that this laboratory which conduct research on drinking water not only for Mykolaiv region but other region in all our Mykolaiv region, Kherson, Kropivnitsky region and other regions. We want to have the representative office in this building. We also started to search for accounting documentation. We realized that we have a lot of documents compiled, but at the moment we still need communication with the ministry, with our internal processes should be in place in order to gather all this documentation. Why did we start to do it? As Evgenia Bez mentioned a little bit earlier, we started to do this work, and this is on very active stage, or to organize their competition.
This is the one related to the restoration or revitalization of this monument of architecture. And currently we are developing the agenda for the competition and developing the terms and conditions. All the documents are being prepared, and I'm sure that this year this competition will definitely take place.
Насправді в рамках під час цього проекту
In fact, within the framework of this Uri-Herit project, we conducted a very interesting research that helped us to work with the context of this facility, because one of the issues we faced is the issue of concern both for our city residents and for us. This is a problem of the identity of this site, because you can see it in the first photo that this place is an element of imperialistic architecture, and if we go deeper into history, in 1920 it was created as a place of rest for marine officers, unfortunately, of the Russian Empire. It was actually in 1820, but along with that, this building was erected by the then Mykolaiv residents, by the then Mykolaiv architects. This is an inherent Ukrainian area. That's why we're currently working on it, and since that is a monument of national importance, we would like to have it preserved, but we would like to make it Ukrainized, to give it the Ukrainian context and to make people understand that this is a Ukrainian site and it has nothing to do with the Russian Empire, though established in 1820. That's why during the Uri-Herit project we conducted a research and we were assisted in that, or I could say that this was done by the Milano Polytechnical University, and that was the study trying to find out whether residents considered that they belong to this specific area and how this perception is affected by monuments of architecture. So one of the objects engaged in that project was the House of Officers, and it was traced through public polls and surveys that, in fact, quite many residents of Mykolaiv do feel their attachment to Mykolaiv and to its identity because of the functioning of the House of Fleet Officers.
Далі також під час проєкту Юрохерід відбувся
Also, during the Yuri Herit
захід,
project, there took place an event because I want to show you how it is all related to our project. One function added is the laboratory, and we would like to have the presentation lab there with those green measures and events, and that's why we held an event. It was supported by more than 10 representatives of infrastructural facilities. Well, in fact, these were water utility companies from all over Ukraine. They gathered together and they were supported by the innovation incubators and Tolokar. These are the organizations which work with students majorly. So they all together presented a new technical device using which one could hold future studies, and they presented this device to students. At the event conducted there, students had a chance to work with all that, and children were given some interactive materials. So all in all, it was so much interactive, and it was all made for students and young kids get interested in this topic. And we would really like our students to stay in Mykolaiv, to work there, to work in Water Hub in order to study the topic, and that's the way we try to engage our future specialists and experts in this area. And that is my concluding slide. Let me also mention that we are really grateful to the Yuri Herit project. We are very grateful to you because that has really been a kind of an incentive and an impetus for our development of this topic of the House of Officers. We started engaging new people, developing new projects. We wrote a scientific article within this project, which is dedicated to the reconstruction of infrastructure following environmental sustainability principles. And the basic part of this article is information about the House of Officers as a monument of architecture. And there we also speak how we could work with similar sites in the environmental context. That's why we're grateful to you, we're grateful to this project, and we hope that we really will complete the project and we will have this architectural design competition, and the results and outcomes will be great. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Katerina, for another very inspiring example, and good luck developing it. And the third pilot project to be presented today is Pototsky Palace in Ivano-Frankivsk, and architect Anna Serbin will do a presentation. So Anna, yes, the mic, the pointer.
Thank you, everybody. We are very glad to be part of this project. So my name is Anna Serbin, and I am working at the part of the team who is revitalizing the Pototsky Palace in Ivano-Frankivsk. Okay, to start with, I want to start with the explanation of why its place is so important for the city and why it's so important for the history of the city, how it's connected. So at the first stage, the city fortifications were built as the ideal city, and on the second stage, the palace residence was added in the concept of Palazzo in Fortezza in the 80s of 17th century. And here you can see the history of this place, that it's going from 1680s and to early 19th century. The complex was
functioning at the residence of the founders of the city. And then for 200 years, it was functioning as a military hospital. So we look some similarities with the palace that we visited yesterday as well. And from 204, this complex was abandoned. And through that time, the buildings ruined the most. And our enterprise started our work from late 2018. And I want to present some work that have been done so far. So there are basically two periods of the buildings within the territory. And today we have the complex of 9 buildings, and we have done the previous scientific research on every building of the complex. Now we are working with 3 buildings, with the projects on 3 buildings, and we are making the archaeological research as well as the historical research, the periodization of the building, each building itself. We were inspired by the lecture of Linköping Antiquarius, who gave that we heard in Stockholm on CPD course, and he presented the identity profile of the city, and we thought that it's a great idea to make this identity profile to bear in mind every time when you work with anything, which values you would like to be visible in the complex. So for us, the values are, of course, it's the residence of the founders of the city, the Baroque structure that is still visible. You can see the main axis that is going through the whole city, through the gate and to the palace building. Also, we would like to save the Palazzo in Fortezza, so the concept, how it belongs, how it responds to the city itself, to the fortifications of the city. But we cannot go anywhere without recognizing the whole history, that it was not functioning only like a palace. Actually, it's one of the oldest military hospitals in Ukraine as well. So a lot of buildings were built only for hospital purposes, and now we have been restored. We have restored one floor of the hospital period buildings. Of course, it's a hospital period urban structure because they added the park. They added the park structure on top of the Baroque urban structure. And today the city is a vibrant social place for dialogue, for cultural exchanges, for to communicate within the environment of historical heritage. And before the CPD course, we actually when the CPD course started, we have launched and finished the architectural competition, and I want here to to present some results. So this competition was the idea competition that was international. We received 52 projects from 14 countries, and there was actually no first place in this competition, but there were, due to the decision of the jury, it was 2 second places, 2 third places, and honorable mentions. So somehow it ended up that first places were took by locals who knew this complex. And so every project has different directions. Some of them, they wanted to interpret the Baroque UX. Some of them wanted to change the structure of the public space. Some tried to do the palimpsest landscape. The other competition projects decided, this one is from Ivano-Frankivsk, to go beyond the scale of the complex and to decide some problems with local market that was a Trinitarian square historically. Some of them include archaeological heritage. So, and of course, some of them wanted to present the main volume of the lost palace complex, palace building. So what we are now doing, of course, we want to preserve these buildings as they are, to make the digital copies of them, if you can say so. So you can see here how ruined are buildings from the period of the abandonment, and there are even some frescoes on here. Here you can see this is one from the palace building on the ceiling. What is the progress so far? You can see the building named G. We have already done half of the building with program Ukraine and Romania, and the building marked with A, the Congress Center. We have done the restoration works of the first floor with funds of GIZ, and now we have a project from Interact Next on developing the architectural documentation on 2 more buildings marked V and the remaining part of G. So it's very this funding that we receive are very small scale. They are not on the whole complex, and this is a problem, but we are going step by step to our main goal. So I would like to share the results of the first floor of the former Sergio block. Now it's a Congress Center. There are several functions that are connected to the dialogue of the different communities within the city, dialogue between the through the art, and especially when we were decided on the functions, we held some workshops. This is the process of the restoration, how it was before, how it started. So this restoration started at the summer 2024, and now it's almost finished, the first floor of this complex. So we held 2 workshops on the functions, creative functions that will be presented in this Congress Center. And I want to tell more about the Analog Photo Laboratory. There were 2 days workshop that mostly the target audience was young, creative people from the city, and as well temporary relocated persons. The theme of the first day was to capture themselves, or to capture the building, one of the Fliegel building, on the film, on the analog film. So they captured and they tried during this workshop to reconnect to these buildings. And during the second, they develop their own films. And I want just these results are like very artistic, and they reflect the spirit of the ruined buildings. And now that's how the conference center and the corridors are looking now. Also one small part that we like to preserve, to present the identity, the spirit of the place. These inscriptions on the door frames, they are from the hospital period, but basically from the period of two countries. First, these inscriptions, first layer are made on Polish language,
Then they are painted and made in German language when the city was ruled by Austria, Hungary, and then when the USSR came, they painted the whole frame white and used the tables on the doors. So this is the analog photo laboratory that will, the community, so it will be basically functioning as a workshop or as a place where people can go, pay for some hours and develop their film. So archaeology is an essential part also to connect with the history, to deepen the roots, and to investigate more about this complex. So we launch as well the exhibition of the preventive archaeological research that was made also with the support of GIZ. This archaeological research basically get together the whole community because everybody was so interested in the findings and in the process as well. You can see the architectural students that are very eager to try themselves to as archaeologists in investigating the architectural remains. And also, this was the first part of the exhibitions. We play later on May to have dialogue with specialists and with the community to what will be with these remains next, how they want to preserve it within the complex territory. And as well, an essential part also, the last one from our work is archival research, because this complex is not investigated, it's not researched enough. And during our module in Vienna, also CPD module, we had the opportunity to visit the Austrian State Archival, and we were stunned because we ordered some files with maps of the Stanislavov, and we just had no idea that we are ordering the maps that were not previously known. So we received a lot of new information. Now we have already wrote one scientific article about this written document and the map that related to it, and now we are planning on another scientific article for the right side plans of the underground passages and also another map. So we believe that people create places, but then afterwards places shape peoples. So it's mutual communication. So we need to create such places to shape better people for the future generation. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. And thanks to all three project initiators for just flooding us with energy and positivism. I think that this is something that inspires us as well, the ones who are living in the countries that are so far safe from the war. Just to end up this session on CPD courses, we would really love to hear from the partners of the CPD courses organization, National Union of Architects of Ukraine. Olena Olinik was also behind the CPD processes. So, dear Olena, very briefly, 5 minutes of reflection on the CPD courses themselves and probably some prospects for the future.
Thank you, Ruta. I even don't know what to say else. Everybody can see which huge work was made and we are continuing to do and to try to realize all this project. I would like, of course, at first thank our partners Per Mikael and the Swedish architects for this idea. It was huge idea, and nobody knows what will be in finish. But I am proud that National Union of Architects, as the biggest and most professional organization in Ukraine, which consists of more than 4,000 professionals, could participate in this project. And of course, only due to this collaboration, we can choose, I hope, the best projects from these 40 proposals which we have at the beginning. And I am sure that now we we could have maybe not 40, but 400 proposals, because now we can see what huge, useful, and of course fruitful idea was from Per Michael, and which we made together. And of course our final idea and goal to realize all of this project. Of course, we will need more money, more fundraising, and we will ask all of you, and we will find fundraising, and we will make everything for continuing and for restoring our national identity, to rebuild our cities, and to organize and to support our culture heritage for next generation. Thank you very much, and hope for next collaboration.
Thank you, Olena. So that was I think very nice coincidence that we started our conference with the presentation by Olena about the damage done by Russian missiles to cultural heritage, and we end up with those 3 very optimistic projects. So yes, Ukraine is still living, and even with more energy, I guess. So we heard a lot about the content of EURIHERIT, of what was happening during the 2 years. There's 1 year left more. But we would like to end this conference with a short wrap-up. And I would like to invite experts to this panel to discuss the impact and the findings of EURIHERIT project. So I would invite to the stage the president of NUAU, Alexandre Czyżewski. Please take your seat. Then I would like to have also Carl Backstrand, the Vice President of Architects Council of Europe. Then I would welcome Tina Wick from Swedish Architects from Sweden. Tina, you will replace her. So Per Michael, come to the stage. Then I would invite Olga Terefeeva, who is most efficient aid to NUAU when implementing EURIHERIT and making it public. Take your seats. We have more guests, so I'm very happy to invite Hubert Tremmer, who comes from Poland, and he is a European Bauhaus high-level roundtable member of the edition 2020-2023, and also member of Rosquit. And the last but not least, I'm very happy to invite Mindaugas Pakalnis, who's former chief architect of Vilnius from Lithuania. So the first panel was mainly for politicians and big figures in cultural field. Now we are only experts sitting here. And we will talk about the impact of EURIHERIT. So, of course, as the project is for Ukraine, the first question would go to our Ukrainian colleagues to Alexandre, and I will also pass you the mic. Very simple question, and please be quite short with your answer because we don't have 45 minutes. In fact, we have 30 minutes. We are way beyond the schedule. The question is, what did EURIHERIT project give to Ukrainian architects so far?
Дякую.
Thank you.
Насправді, проект дав
Well, in fact, the EURIHERIT project has given Ukrainian architects already quite a lot. We are in need of communication between ourselves and communication with our colleagues from other European countries. That's what we have got from you. We also need some professional community, professional friendliness, and that's what we also have got. We are in need of new ideas, and we are also in need of verification of our stances, of our perceptions, and that's also something we got from you. In this situation, I can speak on behalf of the management of the National Union of Architects of Ukraine. We are following the policy of maximum engagement of our colleagues in creativity, in common creative work, and in the activities that would support that we architects in those tough times for our nation and for our country are really in place and really needed by the country. We have got very good feedback in all those aspects. We really like the new context that we have established. We like this high-quality format of cooperation that really makes you focus on the results, on the deliverables. So the EURIHERIT project has become a real phenomenon for us. And here is the core thing. At the moment, we've got the national trend, and that's enshrined in our constitution, that the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian state have to be integrated in the European Union. And that is a very wide notion, but here we have actually managed in our professional activities, in our creative work, to move on with this process, which is really important for us. Thank you.
Please keep the microphone with you. Thanks a lot, Alexandre. Now the next question goes to Olga. Usually architecture and especially cultural heritage, these are not the topics that are really liked by media. Media usually is not very interested in those topics. Your main field of activity is communication. So did EURIHERIT help to make this topic more attractive to media? Do we produce a content that is interesting to Ukrainian media? And if so, then maybe you could give some examples.
Remember the first public conference in Lviv. It collected a lot of attention, not only of public media, also local communities. We really into the process of arguments to be a separate, independent, once again, in the informational sphere country. I mean, not only the heritage as architecture means a lot, also architectural heritage gives us as a country, as a nation, arguments to start other dialogues. We had a very nice support of our local architectural or design media. We have like 10 media partners. Like they always supported us with our even not as clickbait titles, maybe some working titles. They're just knowing it's important because it's national union, it's architects, it's a big consortium project, it's dedicated to heritage, which gives a lot of other dialogues and other projects. So at least we have 200,000 auditoria, about which we touch each time we make an event. So it's impressive. Yes, it could be not popular, not shared by like immediately multi times, but it's always have its influence because it's step by step, drop by drop. And as for our media, it's much more easier to start some article or post if we have such stories as we find during the CPD program, because it's like common, practical story of city object, and we see how popular became Trochobich, salt works. Katarinici has a lot of attention, and I really ask our CPD participant to move forward to give me more information in like about their project as the text from them. So from other side, we have a huge international support. Yes, it means a lot in Ukraine to be supported by European Union. EURIHERIT was the first such big consortium project. The first. We used to, because it's the third year, and it's like, oh, okay, it's EURIHERIT. No, EURIHERIT start other projects and other organizations, NGOs, architects, local community start their own projects because they saw that it's possible, it influences, it helps, it restarts social life. As Palats Potockich, they are very impressive cultural center, Katarinici. They start a new cultural life. It touches not only the professional society, but also all the people of Ukraine. It gives arguments, support, and strength. So it's really impressive influence. I see it in the media and social media. I see how other, in social media especially, we have Facebook very popular, and I see how other pages of community, of departments, they're reposting, they're making content about how they're moving forward. It helps, it even mentally helps.
Per Mikhail, a question to you as the insider of the project. You spent lots of hours working together with the Ukrainian colleagues from the National Union of Architects, also communicating with other partners in the consortium because the CPD courses connected many of the work groups. Can you reflect on the collaboration nature of EURIHERIT project and maybe some other reflections from your practice in EURIHERIT?
Yes, I think first of all, I am so honored to have had this opportunity to learn so much about Ukraine and the architecture of your country and this fantastic competency that you have as architects. And I'm really, I mean, you can rebuild your country. I'm so sure about that. But you need the voice. And we all need the voice as architects, and I used to work with architecture policy in the Swedish context. So this actually is also a help for us, because you are very strong, you're very competent, and I've learned a lot from this process of collaborating, and it has been very challenging and encouraging. And I think that working on the topic of architecture at war is new to all of us. We didn't do that before, or it is very long ago that we did it. So like maybe Second World War or something. And so really in the beginning there was a lot of interest in this in Sweden and I guess in the rest of Europe. But now it's slightly different. It's a new phase, maybe more like becoming sort of normal. But I think we benefited as an association and as architects in Sweden from being part of this project because it also teaches us how you can work with architecture and the power of architecture in society. So this is very big, the big picture. Then you said like some insight from coordinated. So for me it was actually a quite fantastic aspect here was also to work with all these other architectural associations in Europe. I mean, we have been meeting over the years and more formal meetings discussing competition formats or salaries or this kind of things that we always discuss, so titles or what legitimations. So we all know, we all have the same agenda, right? But actually to work on some practical purpose together is so much more rewarding. And of course, it has also been many tiresome, very hard discussions about things, and especially how to mobilize and get things going, you know, and how to find these little details that inspires people to start doing things, really. So I think that is sort of maybe a skill that I brought along to really be able to identify how you can get people to start doing things. and not just talk very formally about things, but actually start to be more practical. So we just called Vienna and said, if we were coming to you, is it fine? And then such things started to happen gradually. And we said to you in Kyiv that, well, we think you should organize a CPD program. And well, so I had long experience in doing that, so I had some idea of the dynamics of this process. But of course, there has also been lots of surprises on the way. Maybe we can talk more about that at the dinner.
A question to Charlie. The concept, one of the key policies of EURIHERIT is the two-way knowledge. It's not that European Union architects are teaching Ukrainian architects something. It's a co-creation process where some new solutions are to be found, and it happens. So my question to you as the representative of Architects Council of Europe, so the organization that joins all the architects in Europe, what are the lessons that European architects could learn from EURIHERIT so far?
I'm sure there are quite a few lessons learned, but I'd like to start saying also that I remember very well when you, Olena, was at the General Assembly in 2022 in Brussels. And I think what EURIHERIT has happened after that. I mean, you started, Ruta, the task force on Ukraine. That was very important for Architects Council of Europe in the getting more focus on the Ukraine situation, of course. But this is really concrete, working together, collaboration, as Per Mikael is saying, very, very important. And I think this collaborative work is really something that all architects in Europe can learn a lot from. And those examples we have seen today is really showing high quality in collaborations. And that is a very important takeaway out of that. But it has also, I would like to say, inspired ACE to re-establish work groups like their work group on heritage. And of course, that is also, I think, partly because of EURIHERIT also, and because we are aware of the importance of the heritage and cultural, our culture in that sense. More important, we feel it's really part of us. And it's also now being addressed in the EU with the cultural compass. And I think this is also something that ACE can draw, have impact, can learn from what are the outcomes of this very, very important project that is ongoing now. So there are a lot of takeaways, and of course this is something that goes to the member organizations in all member European nations, but also the individual architects. The importance of heritage, I think you are spreading that word.
Thank you, Charlie. Now please pass the microphone here, because I will have a question to Mindaugas, who is very, very local. And a very similar question to the one that I made to Charlie. The topics that we analyze in EURIHERIT project, I guess all of them, they are relevant not only for Ukraine. Let's take the holistic renovation of Soviet housing, which is a topic that we also are searching for the answers in Lithuania and beyond. what would be your insights? What lessons could Lithuanian architects or Lithuanian decision makers learn from EuroHerit project?
Actually, what made me really inspired seeing the things which I had the possibility to see now is this big attention to this preserved little heritage you still have, how important it is to keep it alive, because what makes a war? War destroys the heritage, firstly. All the culture and all the lives which was in the city, in the cities, they are destroyed. And afterwards, we want to rebuild parks bigger, streets wider, but with that we damage all the life what was in those cities before. And we have made these mistakes after Second World War, rebuilding our cities. And I think we should always keep in mind that we don't have to do these mistakes again after the war which is going on in Ukraine. And the same discussion we have also here sometimes. Can we, let's say, rebuild something which was damaged? We should build something new. We should build new houses, not to try to rebuild the former ones. We don't do just models from the previous housing. But I am always thinking, if Warsaw wasn't be rebuilt after the war like it is now, the center of the Warsaw, what would we have? If Gdansk would be not rebuilt after the war, the center of Gdansk, what would we have now? We see what in Germany is going on. Dresden, it's rebuilt. Really, the former blocks are installed between this modernistic city which appeared after the ruins of Dresden. So I think these small diamonds which you have, and where you're looking to these old castles and palaces, trying to keep your identity, they are crucial to keep the country alive, to keep the identity alive, and even rebuild the things which are lost. It's very important. Afterwards, to do it afterwards would be much more difficult. So for me, that is the major thing which I saw and which I would like to say to the colleagues from Ukraine. Don't make your parks bigger, don't make your streets wider, but rebuild the life. That is the major thing.
Thank you, Mindaugas. And then please pass the microphone to the last but not least panelist, Hubert. You are aware of many initiatives that circle around the topic of culture in Ukraine, rebuilding Ukraine, cultural heritage in Ukraine. How do you see your EuroHerit project in this international context of other projects?
Okay, so I first start from the values, most important values of EuroHerit, which I see. So first is that it enters into the initiative which take place. It addresses the problems, and then it is just answering from the processes which already take place. It deploys the method, so it is not just learning, showing, but deploying different methods, like, for example, these urban hacks. It builds partnership, what I would say in all of the initiatives I know is building partnerships. So this is nothing special, but it is very, very important how it take place and how it develops. then I would let myself to somehow address the issues which were raised during this conference. So there was a question in the former panels about reconstruction, when it should start. So somebody said that it has already started, but it is preparations taking, it is already started. Some say that it is already taking place, but I would say that it is so that that reconstruction or development, that so first of all, war has already started in 2014, not in 2022. And then the escalation of war just escalated the scale of the problems and needs. But I would say it has not stopped. And I must confess that I was one of the initiators, organizers, and members of scientific committee of the conference, Reconstruction, Architecture of Challenges, Reconstruction of Ukraine, which took place in 2022 in Warsaw. And we did something what I now see as a fault, that there was a project which was presented today, the Palace of Potocki in Ivano-Frankivsk, and we decided not to let it to be presented during the conference because this project was about the process which has started long time ago, so we regarded it as not connected with the war. But now I see that it was the fault because it is the process. And in fact, in this very project, this raising interest somehow helped to internationalize the process which was already taking place. So there is a lot of initiatives, and it is also so that because intuitive, people saying that we should not make a reconstruction when missiles are going down. But does it mean that people should live in a house without roof, or they should move somewhere else? So it is just taking place. Then I would have the remark to the recommendations. There was a map which divided Ukraine into 3 zones: stable, volatile, and unattractive. So never use such words as unattractive. There is a French scientist, Michel Auge, who has used the term non-places. And then there was a student from the suburban settlements in France, which was, and he asked, if my settlement is non-place, I'm non-person. So then it is said that you should never make possibility that somebody sees on a map when sees that his region is unattractive. So I think it will be less affected, more affected, or so look for other, and also for example, in the city of Dnipro, which was in this unattractive or more affected, there are still construction taking place. There are still people who are doing. And then I would set some dreams for the future project, or maybe recommendation for the next section, that it is very important to include the project because what is taking place in Ukraine is, I have had some presentation at different conferences, depending on which conference I used. There was a reconstruction of Ukraine as a handbook of New European Bauhaus, or reconstruction of Ukraine as a handbook of resilience, or reconstruction of Ukraine as a handbook of sustainability. So we can learn a lot. So I think that my dream is that future format would be that you make that learning from, so as also previous speakers have said, that we can learn from Ukrainians, but to make that both learning. And as a member of Roundtable of New European Bauhaus, I was within the group where we profiled, because in the beginning, in the New European Bauhaus, there was ideas like spreading around the European understanding of aesthetics, and we criticize it as a very colonial approach. And then so we can learn from different sides, and especially I would say that for the sustainability, for climate, the lack of funds is much better than the consciousness. I see from Poland that there are projects made from European Union money. So, for example, in Gdynia, there is former bus and trolleybus depot, And in 2024, it was fully sustainability adaptation of existing buildings. And then afterwards, in 2015, from European Union money, there was a set of glass air-conditioned buildings added. So it is very important how to learn to the procedures of European Union to make possible that this reuse, which all happens in Ukraine, and also what is also important to support the taking place in Ukraine, because in Ukraine there is a lot of initiatives where NGOs or just people voluntarily rebuild, reconstruct. For example, I visited the Hurtum Foundation, the couple from Kyiv who decided that the only wife will work for the family and the husband will work on reconstruction. So how to support these initiatives and this big enthusiasm to let it happen and let professionalize these bottom-up initiatives of which Ukraine is full. Thank you.
Thanks, Hubert. I would like to continue those discussions, but we are really behind the schedule, so we will have a glass of wine outside this hall, so I will encourage you to keep up this discussion. I will end this high-level round panel of experts with my own reflection on Euroherit. I am really shocked in a positive way on how big it grows. So I cannot say that as coordinator, but it's like totally out of control, the size, that it was not expected by me. I'm not sure whether each of you can say the same. But I'm very, very happy about that. Also, I can say that the appetite grows when you are eating. So for those who don't know, I have to say that this autumn, at the end of the year, there was another call of Creative Europe for a very, very similar topic. So we applied again. So we did an application for Euroherit 2.0. We uploaded it to the system, and we will wait for the answer. The answer should come the end of April or May. If we are lucky enough, if we convince the experts with the content, then we will be able to expand, to deepen, and to continue Euroherit until 2028. So fingers crossed for that. And thanks a lot to our experts for the panel. So you can come back to your seats. And I will end up this conference with thanks, because we have to say lots of thanks. So, of course, thank you to all the presenters. Thank you to all the audience. Thank you to all the project participants, to the organizers, to the ones who participate and who benefit. Also, thanks to the ones who are listening us online. Thank you to the politicians who also dedicated some time to this topic and were present today. But the biggest thanks goes to my team who was behind this conference and the whole project. So first and foremost, the project assistant, Medina. Then Vaiva, our communication officer. Then let's keep it quicker, not applause to everybody, but I will just name people who are behind this conference. So thanks a lot to Greta Trapikienė, Dalia Traškinaitė, our designers, Simonas, and volunteers. We have volunteers for this conference, so thanks a lot for believing us. Thanks a lot to invisible but very, very important people of the conference. These are our translators, Lena Sturesson and Halina Pechnik. Thanks to the technical support, Zoom TV. And of course, thanks to the organizations that are supporting this event and the project. So first and foremost, European Commission with the program Creative Europe. Then Lithuanian Cultural Institute, who is also co-financing this and other Euroherit activities, and the National Gallery of Art, who is hosting our event. So now the conference is officially over. But this is not the last event for this night, because outside this room, not outside the gallery, we are having a very beautiful exhibition, and I guess that all of you had seen it a little bit, but we will have an official opening with some words from the organizers of exhibition. Right now, after the exhibition, I invite you to linger on, to have conversations with a glass of wine. And the last request is a family photo. So please come over here, and then you are free to join the exhibition opening.